an awkward story for you. It's not even funny. I I have an extremely awkward story for you. This is going to be interesting. Also, all the keys are out on PTR now, so we can actually go test things properly. I'm excited to test mostly Guardian Druid Apex today. Maybe I'll hop over to a different tank, but when people funnel in, I have to tell you a story. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. That's me. It's going to be awkward. So awkward. I cannot believe I did this. It was only a matter of time, to be honest with you. Like, it was always destined to happen. But the way that it happened this time, whoops. It's not as bad as it could have been. I'll tell you that. It's not as bad as it could have been. But it's not good either. Bruh. I'll wait for people to funnel in. This story is actually too good to tell you before people actually arrive. I must give the peoples a second. Because, I guess people they've told me, you got to have like a just starting stream. I don't know how to do that. So I just hit go live and I'm here. But then I have stories to share with you and I want to be able to share those stories. So I'm like automatically in the zone. I'm like, whoa. But first of all, look at this new friends list. I opened it. I was very, very shocked. Look at this. There's a whole new friends list UI. Interesting. Also, I'm late today because my health is a little bit weird. Hopefully, we'll see how I feel today. Either it's going to be a longer stream and I go outside to just walk around Thailand later, or it's a shorter stream. I have no idea. What's up, Sadie? There is a new friends list. Yeah, you notice that? Sadie, I have such an awkward thing to tell you. I just have to wait a second. First of all, yesterday I tried something, but I didn't realize I felt as bad as I actually felt, so I accidentally did a just napping stream. I was downstairs making dinner, and then all of a sudden it was like, whoops. That was interesting. That didn't quite work the way I intended it to, but that's life. I'm just gonna wait a second. I'm gonna set some stuff up. Let me put this current build I'm testing in Discord. And then we'll just put that there and put a little Discord link or something like this. Boom. I have a feeling this is how you're going to play Guardian. I mean, I think there's like one or two talent choices maybe that you change, but I don't think so. I have a feeling that this is going to be... I mean, we'll see about if there's any more tuning, but the recent tank tuning was a little disappointing almost, to be honest with you. I was a little sad about it. Prop Pally got a light tap on the wrist, which basically just means Prop Pally's going to be meta. Okay. You want to hear my awkward story now that we're here late and stuff? Anyway, let me put Discord notification out, and then I will tell you my awkward story. Oh boy. All right. Here we go. Miss Biscuit is tough. Okay? Let me just pull a little Discord notification out. Give me one moment, because I'll put this out. Right. Sharing very awkward story. Great. I'll just say sharing very awkward story. Because you guys, you know how there are some people in the World of Warcraft community who may or may not have podcasts that may or may not be very successful, such as The Bench. You know how The Bench always releases an episode Tuesday night at Reset? Very good for them. Well, I have been listening to that for a long time, but I don't really comment on it. Like, I'm not really a YouTube commenter. Like, I'm a listener. I'm a lurker. But to go to sleep at night, I take Ambien. This is a prescription. Like, I've taken it for many, many years. But recently, the last several months, I've had to up the dose a little bit because I haven't been feeling well. And I black out. Like, I don't remember things. Normally, right before I go to sleep, like I have no memory of what has happened. And Kitty normally, I'm not on my phone though. I've never done anything bad. I've never like sent it. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, I don't remember sending this message. Very rarely. But it appears, because this morning I woke up and I was like, wow, Growl, Yumi TV commented on one of my YouTube videos, like a long comment. And I was like, I didn't know he watched my YouTube videos. Like, that's so cool. I was just really excited. I was like, oh, that's like super cool to see Growl. Like, he commented like a whole paragraph on my YouTube video, and I was like, I appreciate your criticism. He was arguing with it, but I love debate, and I was very excited. But then I opened my PC and realized that while I was blacked out at 5 a.m. this morning, I commented on the bench episode. And I was just like, would love to talk to you about this if you'll have me on one day. And I had the wrong grammar and a misspelling of a word. And that's my introduction. It was like 5 a.m. I don't remember this whatsoever. I just opened my actual stream today. Like, I turned on my browser and I looked at YouTube and I was just like, I don't remember typing this. It could have been way worse. Yeah. So I don't want to concern me too much because I've never done anything, but I just casually was like, I would love to discuss these topics with you guys, apostrophe, at some point if you'll have me on. Bro, this was me completely blacked out. My actual blacked out self is apparently trying to get me out there in the world. I'm so motivated to put myself out there that I just do it while blacked out, apparently. Bro. The Apex is fixed, indeed. But apparently, yeah, I did that comment. We'll see. All right, let's see who's on. I see purple. Look at this new friends. Wait, add tags. Wait, you can. All right, hold on, wait. Add tags. Interest. What is this friends list? Wait, look at this. What is this? Professions, PvP, raiding, dungeons, delves, questing, role playing. Whoa. That's interesting. Roles. You can mark if they're a tank or a... Okay, so like purple is a... You can add if they're a tank or a healer. Whoa. And then how does this come up? Is there... So... Recent allies, friends, and then it will mark... Whoa, and it actually captures the people even from yesterday? This guy was a Holy Paladin I played with. Oh yeah, both of these are Holy Paladin. Recent activities fought together. Temple of Sethralis. Completed dungeon together. Temple of Sethralis Mythic level 17. Well, this is really good. Wait, this is not... I need deodorant, holy shit. So yeah, my health still isn't great, but I've never actually just casually commented on the big podcast episodes fully blacked out and just been like, yo, you should have me on one day. That was hilarious. Also, hi Kenny DTV. It is nice to see you. Thank you for your Prime sub. On one hand, I want more podcasts with middle of the pack players and 3K. Everyone is chatting with top. Where's the bottom? Yeah, so I'm actually TH, don't worry. The next few podcast episodes I have in mind are all related to that, actually. There's one with Kyrasis that I might do. That's a top-level player. That's like the best Blood DK arguably in the world, one of them, if not the best. And that will be a probably very in-depth, straight-up conversation about like theory crafting, optimization, what it means, etc., etc. That'll be a fun one. But I also have a few other people lined up, which I don't want to spoil for you. One of them tomorrow morning, my time. I will record with them. I just want to talk about the passion. I want to talk about the different perspectives in WoW. One of Grau's criticisms on the comment, so he left a very long comment, which is very cool, on the video that I made a few weeks ago, which was directly clipped from stream. I don't edit the videos. It was just a stream rant where it was, I think it was a great video. It just is called, "You're Allowed to Suck at World of Warcraft." And that's the video. It is, let me see the exact name. I'm pretty sure that was it. Yeah. "You're allowed to suck at WoW." Great video. And in that video, I talked about the feeling of pressure of having to always play the optimal talents or this or that, or how everyone treats it as though everybody else is trying to be rank 1, and the fact that we've almost lost the fact that many people are just trying to game and have fun. I don't really have super crazy the words for this right now because I'm tired. And I'm okay with that. But that is the idea. He commented on it. A long comment. I respected it. Okay, so there's a 17 murder row. We got to test 17s. They already have 2 DPS, unfortunately. I wonder if maybe they'll replace. Maybe we can like snag our way in there. Maybe they'll kick someone if Purple's with me. Otherwise, we got to make our own key. I want to test the Midnight Dungeons. I have to test 10 of Nalarak. I never actually even got to play Den, so I've tested everything else except Den. I need to play Den, and I need to finish Void Scar Arena. I'm down for either. But anyways, TH, in my opinion, we do need more of those perspectives. Absolutely. I think that we need to remember that this game is supposed to be for fun. I also want to make a video, though, at some point, probably clarifying. And I'll ask you this question. If you've been watching any of my videos or on my stream recently, I have this thing called hyperfixation. It means that when I dive into a topic zone like this, yes, like for example, if I have a certain subject in the mind, then the conversation flows with that topic all the time, nonstop. I can't help it. I have recently been on an absolute reckless abandon. You might as well call me Reckless Steve. Like, I have been attacking the problem of why WoW has become more toxic and why people enjoy playing the game less, it seems, and why the pressure and this and that. I have been on one about this subject for a few months now. But I also must clarify that this is a perspective. I also like the game. I don't hate the game, and I don't hate Mythic Plus, and I don't hate competition. I'm just trying to explore from different perspectives. Because from the previous perspective, I have this, and then I'm trying to expand my horizons. I wish that more people were okay with that. I really wish that it was more accepted to put yourself out there on the internet without a fully fleshed out take and kind of brainstorm, because that's how I treat my stream. What's up, Guitar? What's up, Purple? Like, you see what I mean? Like, Cadgar, Steve Boston, everybody, I do this thing where if I have a question, I will talk to people about it because I don't have the level of arrogance required to say I know the answer. I kind of wish I did. I would be a little bit more decisive in my life. But it's interesting. So when I'm talking about the game, it's just a conversation. I think I'm onto something, but I don't know if I have the fully... It's not every perspective. It's not like when I say we might have become a little bit too competitive in World of Warcraft, that I'm actually saying World of Warcraft is bad, right? I just want to clarify that. Like, the whole purpose of the conversation is to help the game be more fun. Yeah, it's a multi-level cook. I am getting lost. No, it's just... Think about it this way. Hi, Vico. Vico, if you don't mind, you've just followed stream, if you're new to my stream, if you don't mind me asking a question, how much do you know me? The reason I say this, TH, the reason I'm mentioning this is just because, right, I realize that I have been so into this topic that if you are new to my stream or new to my content, like if you've just found my YouTube channel about a week ago, you might have, and I could understand why the interpretation of my recent videos and rants is that I don't like WoW, or that I think the game is bad. I would understand where that perspective comes from because I have been sort of heavily in a critical view of things for a little bit. Does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, I don't get peer pressured, Malden. You can go and read the comment. Oh, you want to come, Chess? Absolutely. You don't get that vibe? I hope that I don't come across like that, Vico, from the best of my ability, because the reason that I'm having these conversations is that I want more people to have joy in World of Warcraft. Because I think that when more people are just straight up vibing and having a great damn time in this game, I get a better product. Like, it's a pretty selfish thing, but I find it like when people are just having a blast, there's just less screaming and less pointing and less blaming and less this and less that. And I think that that's good at all levels for anywhere between +10 and +. And what's up, Nicole? I'm very excited to actually make that time to talk to you and Gifo about this subject as well, because there are all these different perspectives on WoW. I don't mean to be only critical. I get to be critical because we have a game that I love. Does that make sense? Like, the only reason that I'm in the position to criticize these systems is because I engage with them. So obviously I like it. And I think that's just important to know. Yeah. Nicole, I don't know how long you've been streaming. I've known you since that infamous hot. Oh yes, right. I don't. Yeah, that's what happened. Th. I definitely didn't just go make dinner one time. Yep. Th. The classic. Yes. That didn't actually happen for anybody listening to TH's comment. I will say this though. All right. Love it or hate it, the worst position in entertainment medium is, I know. So that's the thing. What I should say, for what it is worth. Oh, you're coming up at 6 months, so you're newer to stream. Got you, Nicole. Two things. Number one, Suddy, if you want to be popular online, or rather just be a content creator, it's probably better if you are super fucking divisive. Unfortunately, I'm not. I'm just not an inflammatory person. I'm a stubborn person, but I don't like starting shit. I'm just not really like into drama or this or whatever. I like to have, as best that I can, empathy from different perspectives. That being said, if I could just get past that aspect of myself and I just started to open every stream and every video, and I was just like, you know who the fuck is ruining WoW? The trolls, the casuals. If you are a parent and you play World of Warcraft, get the fuck out of here. This is a competitive game, and if you have a child of any age who might wake up in the middle of the key, you are just, I cannot believe that you're wasting I mean, I could do that, I just don't believe it. Like, that's the problem. Like, I kind of almost wish I could be that. You know what I mean? Like, I almost wish I could, because it would. There's a reason people do it. It works. I just don't actually fundamentally believe that. Then you hope a Blizzard. Well, I mean, yeah. No, but I really think that it does drive, unfortunately, a lot of traffic, you know? It can be critical without being abrasive and rude. I have hopefully been trailing that line, Cole. Critical, but from a perspective of information. Critical as in, I don't know if this is going to create more joy or create more this, you know? What's up, Verbal GC? But like, does that make sense? I hope that I can. I am not a person who just rolls over and gets his belly scratched. I'm much more of a back scratch type of guy. So I'm not just going to take systems that I don't think are good for the game, but I also acknowledge that if I don't like a system, there are plenty of people who will, and it might just be a statistical number game. If you make a system and 80% of the player base hates it and 20% likes it, I don't know if that's a good system. You can't ever make something that's 100% because World of Warcraft is so varied. But nonetheless, I'd like to keep exploring it. I would be excited to just continue talking about this subject, at the very least. Did they ever put the new weapon on here, by the way? You know who Verbal is? Who's Verbal? You are not the kind to get your belly scratched, but as our local folks, you like belly scratches, right? No, my belly is always very sensitive. I have digestive issues, so I don't really like it when people touch my stomach. I like the back scratches, head scratches. These are the best, but I don't really like belly scratches. Did they ever put the weapon by any chance, though? The same guilds. They never put the agility weapon on here, right? There's a staff from the last boss, but I don't think it's on here. There's only the dagger I see. I don't think I see. Just in case, I would like to test it for one test, but I don't see it. Ooh. Bro, I still feel nauseous and kind of sick. I tried to eat dinner last night. It didn't work. Also, Nicole, what I was going to tell you was this. Here. Here's what I was going to tell you. I have now been streaming for a year and a half. Yesterday, I attempted a new thing because my lust for new experiences generally outweighs my desire for comfort. I attempted something. I would like to say it did not fucking work, and it was kind of unintentional. I just got very drained very quickly. I present to you the future of my stream, which is definitely not the future of my stream because it absolutely did not really work, especially because of the household I live in. Mr. Guitar was here for it. I thought to myself, you know what would be the right thing to do at this point? Just sleeping stream. I got really tired after eating, and I was like, time to take a nap. So I just took a nap. It was glorious. It did not work. Mostly because I couldn't actually nap. I live with 2 cats and a partner who wanted to tell me about her day. So it was not successful. Yeah, it was very cute. It was highly unsuccessful for the sake of napping. What are we doing? Arena, right? Bear feels good, but it's time for Prot Pally to rise. The nerfs to Prot Pally weren't enough, so Prot Pally is definitely still in the meta position right now. Epikuros, 100%. Yeah. It is. All right. Oops, we pulled some mobs. I don't think that Bear actually feels that bad, especially with Apex being fixed. Most people were playing without Apex before, and I think that once Apex has actually been introduced, it's not the end of the world. Yeah. I like my little life. We'll see what the day brings today. I might actually just go outside and do things. I'm feeling kind of cozy. I definitely don't have a ton of energy right now, but we'll see. What's DPS? I would really wait to say what DPS because there's not good balance on PTR cycles. I can tell you what's shining at the moment, but it's almost certainly going to get nerfed because it's shining a bit too far. Vita Boomy, unfortunately, right now. It looks to be probably the best DPS. Boomy's been very good. And I have donut pajama pants on. It's unrelated, but they're kind of cool. Look. I'm feeling kind of like a cozy day. I just want to be cold. I want to put on like I want to put on a hoodie. If I could just get this room cold enough, I would love to wear a hoodie of some kinds. I think that'd be nice, but it's never cold enough in here. It's always too hot. All right. First. Care kicks. Let's do the first pull. Let's go left and do this. But I'm still the awkward news that is the fact that I do take Ambien and I apparently blacked out last night and sent a message. I commented on the bench episode and was just like, I would love to discuss these topics, misspelling. If you'll have me on, like, bro, I have to somehow cap my internet use. I can't do that. I gotta stop. I'm so worried that one day I'll be totally out of it. It'll be like 5 a.m. or something like this. And I'll just casually be like, let me just post this in my Instagram story. And then all of a sudden I wake up the next day and it's like, you've been banned. And I was like, what? What'd I do? What happened? What did I do? You know? Yo, what's up? Oh, it's actually so hard to read Thai on stream. Hold up. Games on Tugmai. Hold up. พูดภาษาอังกฤษได้ไหมครับเพราะว่าภาษาไทยที่ Twitch อ่านไม่ได้ I can't really read. The font is really difficult to read. Games what game do I play, Nork? I can't read the middle part. I can't see the accent properly. It's very difficult for me. I'm sorry. อยากเรียนภาษาไทยแต่ว่าตอนนี้พูดภาษาไทยได้นิดหน่อยและอ่านภาษาไทยอยาก It's hard for me. I've lived here long enough that I should totally be able to do it, but I wouldn't say I am actually good at Thai. Also, I think that was the most Thai anyone on stream has ever heard me speak. But I'm totally down to practice if you want to engage with me in Thai. I should practice way more. Because the only way to learn a language like this is straight up immersion. I would love to. All right, ready? Let's go. Sending. Wait. Why did it look like I had no Apex there? Oh, I did proc Apex. All right, let's go. I don't know why my boomkin form is all the way down here. Let us begin the testing. Uh-oh. You speak Thai really well. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. The problem is that I have lived here for longer than it seems, and I would not describe myself as being very good at Thai. I wish I was better at it, to be honest with you, because I love the Thai culture. Care kick. That's the first pull. We can do that first pull. You just have to care the kicks. We need like a boomy silence. Boomy silence when they start casting. Each one is a 25% damage down. All right, take two. Reset the key real fast. No problem. That never happened. Easily. I might need my id card back though for testing. Thai is hard for me, Nork. because it's a tonal language, and for anybody who is interested in a separate language, and I don't know if you speak a second language, like Vita, Cheeky, Epikuros, Nicole, I don't know if you guys speak a second language, but Thai is ma are all different words, and sometimes you can really land yourself into trouble if you're not careful with how you say the words, because they're not similar at all. When I'm speaking, especially into a microphone, I think that it's much harder for me to do the tones correctly, you know? You can copy and paste this. Does it actually translate? That's that's kind of interesting. Mr. Pants, I didn't know that. It would be kind of cool, but also, to be honest with you, I should practice. The only way for me to ever improve my Thai is immersion, because Thai is a tone. I need to practice, basically. That's the only way to actually improve your ability to speak Thai or any second language. I'm just not good at it. And I spoke better Thai the second year that I was here, simply because I had no English-speaking friends, and my job involved working at Thai events. I was working as a cosplayer a little bit. I did some cosplay events for Garena. I did for ROV. Nork. Len ROV mai. Rujak mai. Like I worked a little bit there, and I was just working a lot of modeling events, and all of those things were in Thailand with Thai people, and I had zero contacts when I moved here. So I basically just had to. Oh, I had to learn. All right, let's go. I'm gonna put a flask on. Let me actually enable a combat log too. We'll get some testing done. See if we can do this pull. Countdown. Oh, wait, no, wait. Incarn. Count down 20. There you go. But nowadays, I don't speak Thai well at all, which is sad because เพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าหัวใจเป็นคนไทยแต่ว่าพูดภาษาไทยไม่ได้ you know, it's like I really feel like that, but I don't get to practice like that properly, unfortunately. That's sort of, I find that to be sad. Basically, what I said was, I really feel like my heart is Thai. Like, I've always felt like this was the only place I've ever felt home was here in Thailand. But I'm not actually Thai. And for somebody who cares as much about this culture as I do, I don't actually speak Thai very well, which I think is kind of a shame. I wish that I was better at it. I wish I invested more time, to be honest with you. Because I don't want to be, how to say, Nork, you would understand this. I'll say it in Thai. I don't want to be Farang Kinok, which is the only people who understand that is Thai, and I won't really offer an explanation. Oh, this isn't working, by the way. So I will explain this poll momentarily, but we are all dead right now. Here we go. Basically, it's a DPS check. Basically, it's a DPS check on the big shield. When he does his AoE, you need to break shield so he stops. It ramps damage. We just didn't have any damage on the shield. That was the thing. Like this guy, the overseer. And then get kicks. Get kicks. I have a feeling that we're also just not healing anything right now. Let me check. Fire Breath, Chrono Flames. It might just be a little bit of a healing issue. Oh, yeah, it's a healing issue. Okay, yeah. I might have to replace the healer real quick, because I actually want to get proper testing if possible. I would love to I need to see the end of this dungeon. I couldn't get to the end of the dungeon before. Prez is going to be a weird one. It's a very fun healer. I used to main Preservation Evoker, and I love Preservation Evoker. But if people don't actually know how to play it, that's not how you play it. This is absolutely not how you play it here, though. Where Curse of Doom is not splitting damage. That doesn't seem like good. Are those the Warlocks in the last area? What is he playing? Chrono Warden? Oh my god. No. Uh-oh. Wait. Okay, granted, I haven't played Prez on beta, but this doesn't seem quite... That doesn't seem quite right. Do you drop Flame after the buff to it? That would literally solve this pull. He would actually be able to solve this entire pull if he just played Flame. I don't know about this. I don't know what the current talent setup for Prez is, but this seems like a little bit weird to me because I love Prez, and this doesn't seem quite right. I might, yeah. Preservation Evoker is kind of hard. It's nuanced because the way it heals is not quite like other heals. What's up, Road? Yeah. Hold up. Okay, hold up. If you want him, Verbal can hop on if we need a healer. Bet. Tell him. Have friend coming. Sorry. Oh, yeah, it just got kicked because I didn't reset properly. Morning, Squire. Morning, Aussie. Aussie, do you speak a second language? Yeah. Good luck, good luck. We just need to make sure that we actually have enough damage for it. All right. If Verbal wants to get on, get him on. Let's get a healer in here. I need to see the end of Voidscar Arena, and then I need to test Den of Nalarak today and a little bit more of Murder Row. I kind of got Murder Row before, but I want to make sure, if possible, that we can get this. Updating real quick. We'll be on here momentarily. No problemo. And then, if we can, I would love to just dive a little bit further, a little bit more greedily, a little bit deeper. Perhaps we find a Balrog. Perhaps we don't. I have no idea. What's up, Deco? Deco, what are you going to do next season? Do you have a plan? Do you have a theory as to what you will be doing next season? And Cape, if you notice anything with testing, let me know. I am curious to hear many people's perspectives. I think that what I was saying earlier, and this is important for what it's worth, okay? What I was saying earlier is this. I love ranting about the game. But we have a problem on the interwebs. Allow me to explain what the problem of the interwebs is. Sometimes we hear a take and we think to ourselves, holy fuck, it's the gospel. It is in fact not. It is one take on the vast interwebs. Not everything you hear is a perfect truth. What you hear on the interwebs is a partial truth. It is someone's truth. But truth is a finicky subject. It is important to remember that if you are watching someone live on stream and they have a take, it is probably unedited, unscripted. Maybe it is calculated. Maybe it is not. But it is one perspective. If you watch a YouTube video, that video has bias. I try my absolute best to get outside of my own bias and consider where other people are coming from. I'd like to believe that it is, honest to God, my greatest skill. Try my best. If I had to criticize my own content, this is what I was thinking about this morning, just because I had an interaction with Growl that made me feel this way. If I had to criticize my own content, I don't do a good job of representing a more casual perspective. Not casual as in who plays WoW and how we use that, but more like a, all right, it sucks, bro. Move on, GG's. I think that a lot of people don't view games that deeply. I actually think that there is a whole section of everything where you kind of just walk in and you're like, what's up, bro? Yeah, you just suck and I don't, and that's cool. And like, that's fine. But there's nothing wrong with that. That's the thing. That if you watch my content where I would have a 1 hour dissertation on why that isn't true, that doesn't mean that that's bad. I don't ever really get to say that because that doesn't make it into the YouTube video. The YouTube video is what I'm passionate about, and my perspective is, interesting. So you don't talk to your father, and you haven't talked to your father in 10 years? Let's fucking dive in, bruh. But I am a terrible friend for you to bring to a bar and drink your problems away because I'll just keep poking and prodding you about the problem. Very bad. This person right here, do not invite me out when you need to do that. There are people, though, who that's what they want, and that I'm just normally not the type of content for that. And that's just who I am. I like to really, really, really just bulldoze my way into a topic with my whole heart. And I think that one of my greatest criticisms is I don't always respect The fact that many people don't. Like, a different perspective on WoW is, in fact, some people just suck, and if you don't, like, the people who don't want to suck will pursue optimization, and that's really good and should be completely rewarded. That's very possible that is actually a way to look at the game that I don't see it like that personally, but fair enough if you do. Does that make sense? Did I say that right? I don't know. I'm a little out of it today. My health is still not good. I'm the same as yesterday, so I'm trying to be a little bit more like... Listen, well, I have to play WoW alone in the morning because apparently not everybody has the time to play this game 16 hours a day. Yeah, even though I couldn't care less about Guardian Druid testing. No, I'm glad you like my stream, LOE. I have learned I don't get peer pressured into backing down for what it is worth. I'm very passionate and I'm willing to express that passion. I actually hope... Yeah, sorry. We're waiting for Chess Guitar's healer friend to log in. I like passion. I love passion. That's my favorite thing. If you are passionate about something, even if it's a topic I don't really care about, I normally like listening to you. If you're like, listen, I have spent the last 2 decades of my life studying why sponges are built the way they are, I would be like, bro, why? I would be intensely curious for a period of time. I would want to understand why sponges have been designed this way. And if you're like, you don't even understand the half of it, it goes so far. And I'll like, really? I'm interested. Like, that's just, I think passion is infectious. But I do think it's just important to understand that there are different people on the internet. And if you are that sort of person who believes in this, that passion is important, then you're just going to get different perspectives. And you have to be willing to say, that person is passionate from here, and this person is passionate from here. And if they ever came together, they would make really beautiful babies. But also, they might fight because maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they're like beta fish, and the beta fish wouldn't make beautiful babies. They would just eat each other. And so it's kind of hard to determine sometimes whether or not, is this a beta fish situation or is this like a ooh la la situation? Like, I think it can be very hard to figure this out. Can I list the key? Yeah. Has he healed this before? I really would like to, if possible, get a little bit past this. It would be nice to see the end of this dungeon. But it is, if we're doing 17 and I do bigger pulls, then it will be top. This guy. That one. Shaman. The doctor has recommended a new sleeping schedule. That's not him? Oh, god damn it. Wait. Here we go. That was an unexpected analogy. I am great at unexpected analogies. Like, Eloise, have you ever been to Italy and encountered the rhinoceros pasta? Are people thinking 410 Brazil 21 would be safe for NA? Oh, no. Reichland, you can ask me any question. Anytime. Don't ever worry. This topic will be asked a bunch in the next little bit. Feel free. There is never a stupid question in my stream, genuinely. Anytime you'd like to come in and ask a question, let's talk about it. We don't know. All the predictions I have heard are lower than that, but my personal opinion is yes. My personal opinion is that the 1% title will be 4K, either right below 4K, as in the last 21 doesn't get done, or it will actually be higher. Like, I think it'll be 21 Brazil with 1 or 2, like 22 Pit and 22 Terrace. I think it could go that high. I'm just not sure. I'm not 100%. I can't say. It depends on how many people are playing, but I have a weird feeling that it's going to be higher than people think. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I've always thought this entire season I've been saying it's going to be, but it's mostly because of how people will log into play. Like what, Brad? If you don't have it right now, Reichland, if you are around 4K, think about at this point with the folio, with all the gear that we have, if you were in a guild and your guildies had Brazil 22, how easy would it be for them to basically just say, oh yeah, come DPS, we'll get you this key? How easy would it be for them to do that? How long would it reasonably take? Yeah, so just, I don't think it won't be Brazil 22, 100%, but it might be 1 or 2 of the easier 22s. It also kind of depends on when the season ends. Yeah, that's a good question about when it ends as well. Hi, Spec. How's it going? Spec, I tried a stream thing yesterday. It didn't work. on accident. Anytime. Ooh, congratulations. 21 seat is a victorious key because that key is terrible. I don't like that key. Reichland, I would say pursue. You're probably safe around 21 Brazil. If possible, 1 or 2 22s would almost guarantee it. I don't think it goes higher than that. I think that the most competitive it'll be is Brazil 21, and then whoever can get the 22 will get the 1%. That's what I think it'll be. We think, huge if true, Spec wouldn't lie about that. Here's the thing. We don't have confirmation, man. When is the season coming out? Why don't we have confirmation? They haven't confirmed. We don't actually know when the hell something's happened. We don't actually know right now. They have not confirmed it. We think we know. We're speculating, though. Hi, Nid. Honestly, Nid, I can't say I'm feeling great. I can't say great. My health is annoying me. I'm frustrated. The doctor wants me to try a new medication, and I haven't had to try a new medication in years, but I'm considering it. It's not a crazy medication. I don't like adding things if I don't have to. So I can't say great, but what I can say instead is I'll tell you one good thing that's happened to me. Can I approach it that way? And then you tell me one good thing that's happened to you. Deal? Yeah, I don't feel great, but tell me one good thing. So if we don't feel great in general, one good thing that's happened to me is I figured out how to do IRL streams. And I'm very excited about that. That's really cool. I've been testing it the last few days, and I have the technology to put my phone on a tripod, connect it to a microphone. I got a microphone, and now I can basically just take you around Thailand if I so desire. Yeah, I think that's really cool. I've been trying to set that up for a long time, just never did. Green Z, I'm testing EC. I think EC will definitely be better. Yeah, I think EC is 100% the play. Is this him? Verbal, yes, that's him. I know your thoughts when you met Ozzy. Yeah. You have internet at a psych hospital? Holy shit. I guess it's 2026. Dude, I haven't been in a psych ward since I was 8. No, wait. No, 3 times. 8, 9, and 10. 10 was the last time I was in a psych ward. I went very young. Dude, psych wards are not as bad. Oh, wait, hold up. This isn't TOS. All right, great. So basically, psych wards aren't as bad as people make them out to be because when you're in a psych ward, the only thing that they care about is you not hurting yourself. They will give you almost anything to make sure that doesn't happen. When I was there, this is a long time ago. Granted, it was like 20 years ago at this point. But when I was there, I was like, can I have another brownie? And they were like, will this stop you from hitting yourself? And I was like, yes. And they were like, here's a brownie. And I was like, I don't want to shower. And they were like, will this stop you from hurting yourself? And I was like, yes. And they were like, great, don't shower. And I was like, I don't want to brush my teeth. And they were like, will this stop you from hurting yourself? And I was like, yes. And they were like, I was like, I love this place. I mean, it was the people there not so great, but I got a lot of brownies. They had these little funfetti brownie things, and I would get like 7, 8, 9 brownies. I got more brownies there. I got home. That was like the best part. And my grandmother would come to visit me, and she would bring me rice cakes with avocado and hot chocolate. It wasn't a terrible time. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, there were other factors to it. It was the first time I was the first time I ever witnessed somebody get booty juiced. That was a wild experience. Yeah, there was one person, and there was a fight, and they lost their shit, and I saw the and the fuck's booty juiced. This section of my life, I suppose I've never really dived deep into. This is why I need to sleep more. All right, basically, yes, real. I live in Thailand. What's been my favorite expansion? Great question. Ice Shield. Let me answer that in a second. The booty juice is the sedative, basically. Old school. I don't even know if they still use it. Okay. And honestly, I was very young, so I don't think a lot of my memories from back then, I don't really remember. They're mostly stories because I can't tell how much of it I've embellished in my own head because I was a small little kid, so I don't really remember a lot of what happened. I remember they showed me Jeepers Creepers because I was the youngest kid, and for some reason they allowed Jeepers Creepers to be on for movie night, and I had nightmares for weeks, and my mom was not happy about it. Like, I remember they showed horror movies, and that was weird, but that happened. Oh, you're welcome, Ozzy. In a weird way, I I've been through a lot in my life, and I find that it gives me a lot of empathy. But the best part of me going through all these things is not only that I'm here to tell the tale, but also because I get to understand a lot more than if somebody doesn't go off. You know, if I never got to learn these things. We could do 16 if we want to just see the dungeon. I do want to see the dungeon. We'll see how the 17 goes first. Just a little bit of a damage check. All right, here we go. I am testing with Apex. You will see it actually does not terrible damage. As long as you set it up correctly, I actually don't think Apex is bad. It's just different. Wait, what's this? So Greensy, the Apex, there were some cooks right when the Guardian Druid changes were announced. Many people were saying that Druid of the Claw was probably going to be back, and if you are a Guardian Druid player, I can tell you with pretty much certainty that that is not going to happen. And I know why it's not going to happen, but I kind of don't want to tell you why it's not going to happen, because if I do tell you why it's not going to happen, they might nerf it. And I don't really want them to nerf it. I would like to play the way that I'm playing right now. Okay, so don't let any of the shouts go off. But this is a little bit of testing still, obviously. This is going to require a lot of testing because... Oh, that thing is going off. Okay, one of these goes off is fine. Two of them going off and stacking and no good. So we just Typhoon away real quick. I should have Vortex, but I'm kind of lagging a lot. But you can see, it's not like my damage is terrible. I'm just not prop pally. That is the main problem. When you compare yourself to prop pally on PTR is tough. But technically speaking, I don't think Guardian is bad. It did get a nerf, but it was a light tap on the wrist. They were so far ahead that it wasn't actually a nerf. It was a... Yeah, you could see my ping, but it's always like this. I mean, this is not random. This is normal. You can notice it though, right? Yeah, that's a better HPS. That's actual HPS. I also think that we're playing with classes who need this though. Prop pally, it already is nerf 6, but the way that why don't we just do 15 and see the dungeon then? Let us do 15 for a second. It's not that scary. I did it before. I did it on my prop pally. We are playing with specs that are not super crazy overpowered. That pull should have been dead. That's a pretty standard pull, I think. They let prop pally keep 40% crit with 40. I mean, they nerfed it, but it's a pretty reasonable nerf. The level of damage that it was doing in the right hands was very high. I still think that means we get a prop pally field. Hey, well, if prop pally gets more nerfs, do we see prop warrior? Ooh, Clopper, good question. First of all, Rainbow Dash. Second of all, Applejack. Third of all, I tested prop warrior yesterday. I wasn't playing it perfectly, but no. No, that's the answer. I don't think so. Prop warrior's damage was simply not quite there. I think they need to buff its damage. Regardless of survivability, I just think either you want Battle Shout or you don't want to play Prop Warrior. It is not individually tuned high enough that you would overcome the group buff situation. Does that make sense? In other words, you either have the group buff or you don't. Let's do 15, and I just want to see this dungeon real quick. We're scaled, same item level, but it'll be much cleaner. Yeah. Well, I'll remake Prot Warrior the best. Oh, Wiz, did you get to hear my awkward story earlier? Wait, hold on, wait. Light, you asked me a question earlier. I was just talking for some reason about brownies and psych wards. You didn't get to hear my awkward story. Can I tell you what my favorite expansion is? You will be surprised. But I do, and this is the WoW players, I think they need to understand that our relationship with our favorite expansion is, generally speaking, when you either started WoW or came back to WoW or got into WoW. Because my favorite expansion is Shadowlands. Easily. It's just crazy that it is. But the reason that it's Shadowlands is because it represents when I actually got back into the game. Because I couldn't play for 4 years because I had just moved to Thailand. And it was the first time that I ever got the opportunity to play my favorite game again. So I look back on it, and Shadowlands was not objectively the best WoW expansion. Not even close. But it was my favorite time to play WoW because everything was just so amazing at that point. Like, I was just having such a good time playing the game, even though the systems were quite punishing. And, you know, I had literally just come back on the Covenant locks and this. And I mean, I started like week 2 of Shadowlands, and I didn't realize. But that's why. Yeah? That's why, I think. So, Shadowlands, believe it or not. Yeah, the balance was terrible, but I didn't care about the balance back then because I wasn't competitive enough back then. The game was different. The game was very different. And the awkward thing is the fact that I do take... Oh my god, my ping. This is going to be a rough test. Big Grizzly just subscribed. Thank you. Hi, Big Grizz. I've seen your name pop up a little bit. I hope you've been enjoying my streams. Okay, so I don't know what my damage will look like here. That was tough. I don't know what that ping was. PTR testing. Oh, well. But, play Boomy? No. Even if you tier 3 sub, I'm not playing Boomy. I wouldn't do that to myself. I don't think there's a world. I don't think there's a donation amount. I wouldn't say that, actually. I'm not going to... No, that's not true. There's an amount somewhere. Because everybody has a price. Somewhere in there. There's a number. But it's very high. Probably. The specs we are playing with are going to make this dungeon a little bit hard. I played every expansion until Legion Season 1, and then you came back in The War Within. I really like the raid, the lore from Shadow... Wait, you liked the lore from Shadowlands? That's like the worst part of Shadowlands, in my opinion. Okay, Apex proc. Yo, what's up, M9? Half bottle of honey mustard. Yeah, well, in real life, Thai streams might actually just go hard enough for that. You know what? Fuck chronic illness. I don't feel well. Thank you for the prime sub. I don't feel well. I'm going to have weird takes today. Are we just finishing this dungeon, by the way? I think that there are certain specs. I know that they're good, but I am debating on how I want to do this today. If you play with Boomy plus this, I think you might have to replace Arcane Mage. Currently. I'm struggling to get the last 4 keys, 21 Brazil. I'm just burned out. Yeah. To be honest with you, hold up. I think reset one. I just, could we potentially might need to replace a mage? With respect, I don't know if he's on stream. If he is on stream, would you understand if I just replace you? I think we need like an F side. We need a target thing. It's not bugged. It's only bugged if you die. It wasn't bugged if we don't die to the spear. It's just we have 0 ability to swap to targets and stuff. And I do think that is kind of a part of this dungeon. Should it be designed like that? I don't know. That's a good question, but I think we're gonna reset one in here. M9. Could I ask you? And if you are somebody who is pushing for 21 Brazil, like 1% title, you're playing right now, could you attempt to describe to me the frustration that you have? Could I ask? Could you attempt to describe to me what you're feeling so frustrated? Like you can't get those why? What is it about them? If you could try to explain. The awkward story I was going to tell you is this. Prepare yourself. I take Ambien to go to bed. I've taken Ambien for years. Recently, with my health flare-up, I had to up my dose a little bit to try to get some sleep whiz. But the new dose, I black out. I don't really remember a lot of what happens right before I go to bed. And I don't do anything weird because I'm still myself, apparently. Kitty says I'm actually extra nice. She says I'm very sweet when I'm blacked out. But last night, I have 0 memory of this. I just woke up this morning and realized that Mr. Growl, Yumi TV, commented on one of my YouTube videos. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. Like, he knows I exist. Like, that's really cool. Just for testing. Sorry. I was like, whoa, that's really cool. Like, I wonder how he found my video. Like, did anybody tell him I was here? Like, he just casually happened to log in and was just like, yo, like he commented like a whole paragraph, like this much. I was like, that's pretty cool. And then I got onto my computer today, and apparently I commented on his recent podcast. I commented on his podcast episode from the bench last night. We'll do 15, I guess. And I just said, while I was completely blacked out, I have zero memory of this. I just commented and I said, would love to discuss these topics with you if you'll have me on. Misspelled. Zero memory of this. We could take 2 hunters, I guess. Let's see how this goes. Yeah. So it could have been a lot worse. Could have been way worse. But I really have to stop. I really got to stop doing this. Yeah, I've never commented on their podcast. I've never once commented on anything. That was the first time I've ever had the cojones, the oomph, the little bit of courage to just put myself out there. And it was just me at 5 a.m. I don't remember any of this. Yeah. I think that's very funny, but also kind of concerning. Yeah. Well, that's how would you do it? Like, I've always worried that one day I just wake up and it's like, your Instagram account has been banned. And I was like, what'd I do? That's what I thought happened when the Facebook got banned, because I woke up the next day and I logged in. It was like, your Facebook has been banned. And I was like, oh no. Oh no. What did I post? Like, I've got some photos on this phone that should not be shared ever publicly. I was like, did I like misclick? Did I accidentally upload something I wasn't supposed to? Nope. But I'm always worried that it'll happen. Which Woo send me those? Oh boy, Wiz. I don't know. Lala, you said you're a Wrath baby. It's your favorite, but I have very fond memories of Shadowlands. I weirdly think, like, actually though, Shadowlands was bad from a systems perspective, but I actually liked it. Again, because it was an experience. And that was just an example of how friction is a real part of the game. Anyways, Growl vehemently disagreed with one of my posts, and even though he is Growl and Yumi TV, and I would love to actually have the chance to talk with him, specifically him, but also the whole podcast. If they ever had me on the bench, I feel like it'd be a great episode. I agree with so many of his takes, but I disagreed with what he was saying on my comments. One of the things that Growl has really stood his ground on, even though he is not a man of the people on this one, is the game needs friction. Like, you can't have a successful version of World of Warcraft that has no friction. When you take out all the friction and you just give people what they want, we weirdly lose value. So they have to be careful about that. And he's always been a pretty big advocate of that is a part of the game. However, I really think that we would have a better time if we just realized and we weren't so surface level about the fact it's like, well, some people suck, and if they suck, they suck, and if they want to improve, then they want to optimize, and that's that. I don't really like that mentality. I think that we have to do a better job of helping people suck less. We have an epidemic. I work in physical therapy, and I can tell you there's nothing wrong with sucking a lot, because pretty much everybody needs to strengthen their neck muscles, but you want to strengthen the right neck muscles, and depending on how you're performing, it could be not what you want, When you have that frustrating thing, I think that you need friction. I just don't think the friction should be King's Rest. I think King's Rest is bad friction. I don't like that dungeon. The gearing is friction, but the way that they do gearing they need to be careful about that. Alex, you said, would I be able to explain kiting? Yes, I am told to kite, but it looks like I take the same amount of melees and I can't turn my back to be faster. Which tank are you playing, Alex? And could you give me a specific pull that you have to kite on? When somebody says that you have to kite, could you tell me what situation you're asking about? Because it depends is the answer, technically speaking. Also, today is going to be either an extremely long stream where I just take you outside and I use technology, or today is going to be a very short stream because I feel ill. It's one or the other. Who knows? But allow me to tell you about the rhinoceros in Italy. So anyways, there was this rhinoceros and he tried to make noodles in Italy. It didn't work. That is all. I think sometimes they want to bring back a dungeon with less pull choice. I don't know how I feel about lack of routing variety. Part of me says it's good for the game. Part of me says it's not. Paladin, your Mythic Plus Scroll is telling you to big pull, then kite. What key level are you doing? You're playing a prop pally currently. Can I ask you what key level you are attempting to do with your group? Because I think that does matter a lot. Good morning from Germany. Hello. Good morning. How are you on this fine morning coffee plus? Actually, I really feel like I got to stop asking people how they're doing because I don't know about you, but I feel like a lot of times the answer is normally not fantastic, but instead tell me one good thing that's happened to you. I like that question a lot more. We should make that a thing. Instead of saying, hello, how are you? Because that's just social. We should say, hello, tell me one good thing that's happened to you. Because you can find one good thing that's happened to you. Like, I don't think that's impossible. You're always doing great? I have not been feeling great recently. We're also dead right now because we didn't kick anything. That's not good. So if we get this damage down here... Hold up. We need to be using stuns and CCs on that. Don't kick the bolts. Let me just see something. Everybody's at this full. I guess you could split it, but I don't think it's worth splitting. I feel like the Brutal Overseer, this is going to be one of those situations where it is actually harder, not easier, depending. Oh, yeah, we just need to kick more. Yeah, we just need to actually get kicks. All right, hold up. Only kick the shout. Cannot get 25% damage down. Also, this is the type of mechanic. I don't think this is the right way to do it. I hate having to route. Love dungeons that are just press W. That, I think, Panda Cow is the best part of something like King's Rest. Ah, Alex, you're learning to tank still, plus 12. I got you. There are two answers to your question. May I give you the sarcastic answer first? Do you enjoy a little bit of sarcasm? And then may I give you the serious answer next? Because allow me to give the people on Twitch some context. You have said, you are playing a prot paladin. Would I be able to explain kiting? Because your group has told you that you need to pull very big and then kite. You are learning to tank still. You're gearing up. You're usually fine, but when you die in a big pull, your group tells you it's because you're not kiting. I want you to remember a time before you were born, probably. And I need you to stick it to the man. I need you to have stick it to the maniosis. Your group is trolling you. The sarcastic answer is tell them that if they want you to do certain polls that you will die on, they can tank and you'll play Ret Pally. That's the first answer, because to be honest with you, sometimes when I hear these stories, the real answer is slap them, and not actually though, because that's violence and I can't encourage that, but basically you just be like, you know what? I'll play Ret, not that tough. Who wants to tank? That's like one thing you can do. But the second answer, and the real answer, is the fact that you just shouldn't be pulling that big. When you are progressing keys, especially as you're gearing up, the tank, you are the tank, you set the pace. You can't pull one mob at a time because your group will get mad at you. The right answer is try to see if you can get 3 to 5 mobs. You do not have to do crazy big pulls. If you ever die, especially at a plus 12 level right now, it is never worth it, and it is not the right answer. I would say that if you're a prop pally on live and you are finding yourself in a situation where you need to kite, you've already done the wrong pull. Like, that just isn't fundamentally the right answer to that problem because you're probably pulling too big. You don't need to time the keys. And my example for you, Alex, is this. Have you ever gotten to the end of a dungeon at plus 12 with less than 5 deaths where you didn't die, the healer didn't die, and not timed it right now? At this current point in the season, have you actually done it where you get to that level and you do not time the dungeon? We'll just try it again, Purple. And if it doesn't work, then we'll start assigning stuff. Or we'll just go to a different dot. I don't know about this poll. I find any poll like this to be blech. It's one of those when I don't know the answer because I don't want them to not design mechanics right. And I guess you could just split it, but I swear that the way that this single mob is structured here, it's like you kind of have to do it in this way. I guess you don't have to do it in this way. All right, so the first kick went off. I kind of assumed that we would just beam the first set. Yeah, we can't. We actually have to be getting some more kicks, though. I was really hoping. I really want to test like things today, but in order for me to properly test, we can't. I guess you could just not do this dungeon. All right, GG's. Yeah, you have to be able to get these kicks. Now, that being said, should... Okay. So that's not going to work. Yeah. I would say that this would actually be a situation where you would have to just exit the dungeon. Let me think about this. We could not test Void Scar Arena, but I really got to get past this first part because I don't have that much time to play, and I need to see the end of the dungeon. I need to get past I don't mind doing this on whatever key level, but actually 15 is the easiest key you can do because 12 scales you to lower item level, so you can't test on 12. We just do normal. That is a normal pull. I don't know. I swear it would be harder to do it without that because it's the same amounts of kicks. I swear it would be harder, not easier, to do it other than this. Okay. We could test a different dungeon, but we were doing that before we scaled this. And we did it on before. Hold up, let me think about it. I need to make a plan. My brain is expanding. Also, hang in there. Thank you, Spec. I know the struggle. I have to see your primary rheumatologist and your nephrologist to figure out why I've been feeling so bad. You know the shittiest answer is that sometimes there's just no reason. You know the shittiest thing is it's just there's just no reason. I wish there was. I find this to be the most frustrating. I like having an enemy. I like knowing what's going on. And if I had something to fight against, I could more easily do it. I could attack it, you know? We could try it one more time. But this is one of the big problems with I hope Boomy is never meta. This is one of the reasons why they need to immediately nerf every single Boomkin specialization going into every key. I will say, this is one of those, I really hope that it is, in fact, 0% meta. Why Boomy not good? 3 big reasons. I will tell you exactly why, and I can simplify it for you. Every single tank player hates playing with boomies, and there are 3 primary reasons behind this. Number 1, they have to dot everything, and their dots actually do a lot of damage, which causes a lot of aggro, while you are grouping the pull in order for them to do their rotation right. Number 2, their Starfall is rolling at all times because it stacks, and it is rolling for a duration where as you chain any mob in the entire dungeon, it will automatically hit threat on them, plus they're going to want to moonfire those mobs. So threat playing with Boomy is the worst thing, especially in pugs. Number 3, their kick is on a long cooldown. It isn't an individual kick, and they either hold it, or they don't send it, or they use it on a thing in Narnia, and then all of a sudden you basically just have one less interrupt in a dungeon. This is only applicable to pugs. At a higher level, it's great, but at a mid-level, it sucks. Also, 4th reason, they die all the time because they are unwilling to bear form to risk a little bit of a DPS loss. Number 5, I play Guardian Druid, so I don't want Boomy to be meta because group buffs exist. Number 6, I'm right. And you can clip that. Those are the reasons. Another good morning from Germany. I'm sickish, but one good thing. You did your first. How was it? Did you enjoy it, Ater? These are jokes. I'm being mostly sarcastic, but also kind of I'm being sort of. It's like there's a little bit of truth mixed in here. Okay, that's good. How was your Mythic Plus dungeon? And yes, it does suck. I'm sorry that you feel... I'll actually be careful about how I say this. When people tell me they feel bad, I grew up around people who felt bad. I'm not actually sorry for you, because that would be the wrong way of saying it. It's not sorry. It just sucks. Is this live? Yes. No, this server. Sorry, this PTR. No, we're testing new dungeon. This is the PTR. The game we're playing. Is the stream live? Yes. Yeah. They fixed the Apex. I would say it's good, but I need to test it. We need to get past the first area of this dungeon for me to test it. Just watch my first video. Thank you, Justin. Justin, I was talking recently. Do we all have to wish him a good morning from Germany now? You're also from Germany? There's a lot of people who like WoW from Germany. I find this to be interesting. I've never been, though. I've kind of always wanted to go. Uh-oh. The feast is on the... This was a rough place for a feast. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. How do I start the dungeon? How to start the... Oh, boy. This might actually be real. I don't know if I can hit the dungeon thing. Oh. I don't know if I could. Wait a second. Does the feast ever go away? Oh, we have to reset. That's a reset. Are you living in Thailand? I am living here, yes. I initially thought there's a Thai phrase at the back of the video. Thought I was translating something. Didn't know that was you stream in Thai. I don't stream in Thai, to be fair, Mickey. I want to learn more Thai, to be fair. After gaming, I just said, yeah, grind squad, especially yesterday. It's eye pressure for me. It's like ocular pressure. And even just after a little bit, especially when my health is not feeling fantastic, oh yeah, it's like very frustrating because I have so much to say. I've got in my not very tall body a lot of very passionate takes, and I want to be able to express those takes, but they require a certain level of cognitive bandwidth, and sometimes because of the head pressure, I straight up don't have it. Somebody will say like, so what do you think about WoW? And I would just be like, so, you know, as a game, like it's the competitive nature, and the thing about I just think that it's ruining it's different than it. Like, I cannot fucking think. Like the thoughts don't flow. Whereas if you catch me, it's normally at the beginning of stream, I'm okay, and then you'll see after 2 or 3 hours, somebody will ask me a question. I'll be like, the point of the point is the pointy point, which is pointy and starfish. That's all I got. You know. All right, let's go. All right, let's do this first pull. We got this. We have leg sweep, ring of peace, boomy silence, DK grips. We have got a hunter kick plus stun. I've got my in-cap roar, my vortex, my own kick. We've got tools to deal with this. Let's do it. I believe in us. Are you thinking? I grew up in America. I have lived in Thailand for a long time. Have you ever been here before? I have lived in Thailand for actually like a large portion of my life. It's weird how much of my life. Oh my God. I hit all of the wrong buttons there because I was distracted and I lagged out for a second. That's okay. We're going to make this work. My damage will be much reduced. No problem. Okay. That's my kick right there. Boom. Got the kick. Nice. This is good. This is good. Now we're cooking. We're cooking. Spawn my next Apex. Next one is in-cap roar. In-cap roar. Bam. I can spend a global on War Stomp. I get this kick. Beautiful. That's the one. And then Typhoon. Wow. We did it. Good job. Good job, team. It's the same living in Thailand. I live in Bangkok, by the way, to clarify. I live in Bangkok. All right, we did the pull. Yes, good job. See, it's not that hard. We just needed to actually use a few stops and CCs. Not that bad at all. And Apex feels kind of decent now that I can test it. We should meet up? No, Mickey, I hope you understand that I'm not trying to be rude. It's just that a lot of people, sometimes when they hear that I live in Thailand, they're like, oh, I'm going to Thailand soon. we should get dinner, or like we should totally meet up. And that's in real life. That's I don't go outside. Yeah, no, sorry, I didn't mean to have like a visceral reaction to that. I hope you can appreciate and respect the fact that that's not a you problem. That's a me problem. I don't know you. This is not going well for me. Even if, yeah, no, yeah, I appreciate. I don't know if you're like shooting a shot or you're just being friendly, but that's not. No. Yeah, hold up. I can do this better. Moment. If my family was coming to Thailand and they were like, yo, like we've got some cousins coming. This happened the other day. Where should we go? I would be like, oh yeah, I'm happy to provide recommendations. You know, I've lived here for a long time. I think you should try this. And you know, if you want, I've got my list set for how to recommend Thailand to people. And, then they go, great, like, when are we meeting there? And I go, oh, no, sorry. The recommendation was for you. No. Yeah, no, you wanted me to go with you? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, oh, no. There was a miscommunication that happened somewhere here. That's not quite right. Yeah, hold up. This is a me thing. I have some in real life friends. I actually like them a lot. I think they're very cool. There's like a few people I know who live in Thailand, either old cosplay friends of mine or people that I just genuinely enjoy. There are some really cool people I know in this country. I have seen them once, I'm pretty sure, in the last 365 days. Maybe twice. Yeah, twice. We just texted. They're like, oh, like we should meet up and say hi sometime. I was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Mickey. Well, it puts me into a bit of an awkward situation because I'll see you at BlizzCon. Are you going to BlizzCon? What's your favorite aquatic animal? Do you like dolphins? Can I tell you a fact about algae? That's okay, guys. I'm recovering this. This is, as somebody who is well-versed in the social atmosphere of this world that we live in, I've got this handled. No problem. So sorry that I brutally and utterly rejected your invitation to meet in person. But did you know that dolphins are apparently very smart? And there was this one dolphin who started a mafia of fish gathering at a vet, like a zoo. They were keeping these dolphins, and they taught one dolphin where if they bring trash to keep the pond clean, then they're going to get fish. And the dolphin was like, oh, sweet. So what it did was it hid big pieces of trash underneath rocks. And then it started basically saving the trash and ripping only small pieces off so that it could always have trash to basically give to the people. And then what happened is the dolphin had babies and taught the babies how to do this. But one day a bird landed, like a seagull landed in the dolphin thing. And the dolphin gave the bird to the people. And they were like, whoa, bro. And they gave the dolphin a ton of treats for this, like extra fish. And the dolphin was like, wait a second. So if I give you bird, you give me way more treats. And so what it did was it started saving the fish to bait more birds into getting into the enclosure so that it could have more things to give. And then it taught its children how to actually understand that if they save the fish instead of eating it entirely, they can bait birds into the enclosure, which are basically going to allow them to get way more fish. So it basically created like its own ecosystem because one time a fish landed in the pod thing. Isn't that cool? Isn't that interesting? What's up, Coffee Plus? I don't understand that people don't do much socializing. When I do understand, I'm such a person that enjoys people. I have a hard time finding someone who doesn't meet friends once a year. Hard time understanding somebody who doesn't meet friends once a year. You mean like people who Out of curiosity, do you mean you have a hard time understanding people who meet people all the time, like extroverts, or you have a hard time understanding those who don't? I could explain it to you very simply. I love people. People, human beings, are the most wonderful, fascinating puzzle of all time. Like, figuring people out is easily the most fun you could possibly have. In terms of learning, hearing your stories, like, I could not create a more interesting, intriguing way of interacting with the world than just meeting people and getting to hear your story. Because the exact situations that created this, I will never replicate. You are truly one of a kind. There is no one else like you. And on one hand, that can make it actually seem like you're very lonely and you're alone in the world. You're not. We're all unique. So getting to hear about your story, impeccably wonderful. But most people don't actually get to tell you their story because they're so caught up in what they're going through that they actively avoid telling you their story. So that's one factor where I don't, just because you get to meet somebody doesn't mean you actually get to you get to learn anything about them. On top of that, many people, they kind of tell you their story by their inability to tell you their story. So I still appreciate it. But then you start to factor in that they're loud, they chew with their mouth open, and they wear deodorant and stuff, and you're like, but I want to smell you. And then the problem is that they're not actually there for the same reasons that you are. My point is, I like meeting people, I like learning about them, and I like talking to people, but I much prefer to do so on my own terms and my own time in my space with AC, where we're not in a loud restaurant, because I actually care about whatever you're saying. If I'm meeting you, it's because I care about you. I don't get to actually listen and interact with you if we just meet outside. Outside is loud. It's the worst. I hate that people are like, let's go meet at a bar. Why? Why can't we just like walk around the park a little bit? And then even the park in Thailand is so hot and mosquitoes and this and that. It's like, why don't we just have a phone call? Like, in that sense, I would just say, yeah, like, I would so much rather just basically phone call you. All right, we'll Apex here. You can see single target is not bad, especially because this boss has terrible uptime, and I'm not trying very hard, but I would do about 80k single target if I was actually trying this, though. I didn't say anything. What? What are you guys on about? I didn't say that. Me? Psh. This is what my ex-wife told me at our divorce hearing. She was like, there's this thing called gaslighting. It's like, holy shit, maybe I do that actually. Just kidding. I did say that. A couple of miles away from him, we haven't met in real life. I find it would be too awkward. That's actually really cool that they are so close to you. And I have heard of in real life WoW meetups. If it's a structured events like BlizzCon, I would be very excited to meet people. It's just, I'm not really an in-person sort of guy. I'm exactly the same in person as I am online, but I'm not really an in-person sort of guy. Aminos, what's the best hunter spec? I wouldn't be able to tell you. I would say survival from the testing I have done, even though the Giga buff marksman feels less good than survival, but that is not an accurate representation because most of the testing, we're still kind of in that initial part of PTR where if I've been playing for an hour, this is the first time I've gotten past the first boss. It is difficult to find groups on PTR. I don't think you'll partial. I have a feeling that you will not partial Apex. I think that the actual last point of Apex is the thing that gives you the most value on it, although I will need a UI to accurately track things. I'm not good enough for Druid. To be fair, I just don't like Druid of the Claw. I don't think it's a good enough or not. But even there, like, so if I'm testing my damage, I won't be able to test my damage because I was just feared for 6 seconds. So we didn't die, but that really affects the overall meters just because of that, right? There are a lot of things that go into damage. And there will be a lot of min-maxes for using this Apex properly, I think. I think this is going to be an interesting version of Guardian. It's exactly what I want it to be. To be fair, I'm actually pretty happy with how this version of Guardian is playing. It's kind of very similar to what we have right now. It's straightforward. If you want, it's nuanced. Like, if you are interested in learning more and pursuing it to that degree... I missed my kick. Is my Dispel not bound properly? I keep going to Dispel, and it doesn't seem to be casting. Let me see. No, it's there. Interesting. I like this version of it. I'm actually not upset about how Guardian currently feels. Okay, so Dispelling. There you go. It is working. But I do need to see past the second boss here. And I also really need to... We only have like a week or two of testing this. I need to see Den of Nalarak and Murder Row more, because I don't fully understand those dungeons. Reiklin. When it comes to tanking in WoW, and this is something interesting that happened from a comment I got on a YouTube video very recently. By recently, I mean this morning. Do you know who Growl is? You know Growl? Mr. Yumi TV, the healer, the Growl, the Waffle Cat, the poker player, etc. A little. I don't know him personally. Many of his takes, though, are interesting about the game, and I've actually really appreciated his perspective on many things about WoW. Because as somebody who has played a lot of Classic, as somebody who took time off retail, as somebody who I think just has not only an MDI type perspective, I appreciate his thoughts. That being said, he commented on a video of my video this morning. And it was an interesting thought process. One of the things he said was about healers, class discords and whatnot. I think that there's just a difference between healing and tanking, because he was basically saying that if healers are looking to optimize, then the talent choices are going to be helpful for them, like getting better talent choices. I thought about it and I was like, okay, what healer would I make a simpler talent choice on just for ease of access? If you told me you were going to play Mistweaver, would I tell you to drop what? And I thought about it, I was like, I don't have any suggestions for like what... You're already playing pretty straightforward talents. Learning how to use those talents better will be helpful. There's like one or two things you can swap, but not really. So if I said, okay, what about Resto Shaman? What could I tell you to drop for Resto Shaman? I was like, I guess you could make a choice about Spirit Link if you're not going to use Spirit Link, but it's not like there's a lot of complicated versus easy choices for healing. I was thinking about it. I was trying to go through each of the healers. I think Presevoker might have some choices, but even then it's like, well, if you're playing the raid build, you're playing, but in keys, I don't think there's a ton of talents where I would just say, this is going to be way, 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 way easier, way better in a plus 10 versus what people are playing at a plus 20. If you're listening to this and you are a healer main, could you think of any? I'm really racking my brain. Like Holy Priest has maybe a few that are a bit more passive. You'll get a little bit more help if you were to swap this talent around here. Disc Priest, not really. Like, I'm curious. And I think Resto has that. Maybe Resto Druid is maybe the actual one that would have a lot of difference. I think Resto Druid is a great example of this, yes. Whereas there's a way to play Resto Druid, which is just like, hey, if you drop all cat weaving talents and you just don't even try, you might actually just be able to heal keys better, as an example, right? No, I haven't tested Druid of the Claw, but I was going to say, for tanking, they did fix Apex, yes. I think that that's relatively true for healers, but tanking is a completely different beast. There are absolutely passive versus active talent setups for tanks that make a massive difference depending on what level of the game you are experiencing the game on. 100%, right? So think about Druid of the Claw versus EC, just as an example. That decision would really make or break a ton of people's experience with Guardian Druid as they're learning it, because the difference in those is massive. I'm trying to learn this boss. The first time I got here,
we wiped. The second time I got here, we also wiped. So this is my first time really seeing it. It's nature damage here. It's a poison dispel there. There's a scream here. I don't know what it does. It enrages him. I'm trying to look. And then it's just going to pulse AoE. There's a poison dispel there. There's another poison there. Toxic aura just does pulsing AoE damage. I cannot get hit by that creeper. That creeper destroys me. So I'm nature damage increase, sickening bite, and then there's more nature damage that just spreads. I have to kite this guy around. He hurts a lot. I've got meleeed by him once, and he immediately killed me. So I SI here because I have 2 stacks, plus this amp on me. It looks like he claps a little bit. But I'm sure this is just a little bit of a knowledge gap as well because we're testing, and I'm not familiar with it yet. This is stacking on me? What is this? Oh my god, holy fuck. Bro, we almost died. Okay, yes, we got past them. Nice. This is Apex. That was basically single target damage. I'm doing around 75, 80k. If I was optimizing, I'd probably do like 80, 85 single target. Not bad. So when it comes to tanking, also LOE, thank you for the Prime sub. I was thinking about how I would approach him on that. My experience with class discords promoting, technically speaking, not optimal, but just promoting talents that might not be productive for many Guardian Druids is from a Guardian Druid perspective, or from a Blood DK perspective, or just in general, the whole idea of don't play a cheat death trinket because it's a DPS loss for tanks. That concept for tanks, I think, is very different than how healers might be approaching their decision-making. I don't know if there is as much choice for healers. I guess maybe even Farseer versus Totemic, but stuff like that. But for tanks, it's a massive difference. Like you said, I'm not good enough for Druid of the Claw. Druid of the Claw just has several more things to manage. Is that hard? Not necessarily. But does it take more cognitive bandwidth? Yes. And that's the important thing for tanks and healers. Anything that takes more cognitive bandwidth is automatically significantly harder because you are normally so focused on everything else that you're doing in a key. Did I pull too big? I don't know what this area does. This is my first time in this area. That you want to free up as many globals as possible. What are all these debuffs on me? Okay, bleed, magic, bleed. Holy fuck, I'm dead. Whoa. Okay. Wait a second. Poison, another poison. Bleed, damage taken increased by 20%. All right. Sweet. So this area kind of sucks, it seems. Oh my god. 1 second. I'm like fighting for my life for a second. I think you got to pull one of these packs with the previous mini boss to use cooldowns. Brutalize. I'm being brutalized. Wow. Well, that hurt a lot. If you look at the HPS on this pull, that was dangerous. And he is healing me. That's almost all HPS on me. That hurt a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I had 8 debuffs on myself. I know, I saw that. Do we go left now? Yeah. I noticed that as well. It seemed like I had 8 debuffs on me. Okay, so this is an Overseer. Overseers do hurt. This one I have Incarn for, so it should be all right. You overlap the Lunar here. But anyways, one of the things about how can we help new players, I fundamentally believe, and I don't think it matters who tries to talk to me or like if it's a bad take or not. I just sort of believe that we need to spend more time. That fear is going off. We're dead. We need to spend more time helping people get into the level that they can care versus trying to help people parse 100. Because there are way more people who need to learn how to suck less than there are people who need to learn how to go from a 90 to 100 parse. The people who are already parsing 90 and trying to optimize for 100, it's not that they don't deserve the information, because that's certainly not true. It's just, I believe that if they wanted to access resources that would help them improve upon their own gameplay, I feel like they would be able to do so. I would say 80 to 90%, just like playing it out a little bit, are going to find a way to figure that out. Whether it be a YouTube video, a class Discord, a stream or something. So like a lot of those people will go in and ask questions for the sake of optimization, and they'll learn. or they won't. And if they don't learn, then that's all right. They're still doing well. My thing is that there's a ton of people who just need basics. They don't need optimization because they're not at that level yet. Like, WoW is a very overwhelming game, and I think that we should be better as a community and as just resources in general about, rather than go over a min-max damage rotation for Guardian Druid, bruh, you got to get threat. And people go, what's snap threat? And it's like, great, you need this. Like, you don't need this end game thing. All right, we got percentage. Is there percentage up here? I don't know, but probably not that guy. Let's go over here. I don't know what we are supposed to pull here or not. Maybe like this. Okay, 2 shamans. This might be bad. I think you want to skip that overseer, dude. Let's see if this works. So my perspective on the game is, how can we help people? Oh, it's these slasher guys. Okay, so the shredding claws, they put the debuff on me. Bolts don't seem to be one-shotting nearly at all, so they seem all right. Just the totems you have to kill. I don't know what percentage this is. Does that make sense? I don't know if I was cooking there or if I was burning down the kitchen. I'm a little tired today, so I might not have the best takes. But I do think that if I had the opportunity, I would rather make content to help people get to an average state and get more comfortable versus help people endlessly min-max. Okay, so this is not percentage. Damn. Looks like it's just off. Okay, these guys are terrible percentage, so we need a whole other ass pack. Where do we find these class discords? But Alex, the class discords are everywhere, but you have to be so careful with them. You have to be very careful with class discords. What's up, just Blinks? Been a hot second. How are you? All right, let's see what this last boss does. I have no idea. I haven't actually gotten to him before. And I guess I'll need to think about percentage in the future. Okay. Dementius. He looks cool. Visually, this fight's pretty awesome, but I don't know what he does. I'm assuming we take one of these circles to the orbs. If I had to guess, it's going to be that circle to... No, okay, we don't destroy the orbs. Cosmic Crash. We're learning the new dungeons right now, Blinks. Just a bit of back pain yourself. Good job on your latest videos. I love it. Thank you. I can't say I'm doing fantastic. My health has been... kind of recently. I feel a little to be honest. We are dead. Let's figure out why. Okay, Dungeon Journal. Coronis. Abilities. Creates a set. Players pulled into the singular are atomized. Atomized, okay, you're dead. If you get hit by one of those, you're dead. Great. Gravitic orbs. Condensed mass. The orb comes within 6 yards of an unstable singularity. Okay, so put orb away from the 3 singularities. Fair enough. Dark waves. Sends out a wave of dark energy. Cosmic Crash. So just frontal away from team. You don't actually destroy anything with this. Yeah, it's visually, it's kind of a cool fight. We got to learn it. I guess I'm cooking on some takes, Mr. Just Blinks. I'm just sitting here cooking like normal. What's up, Sunny GCD? I don't know. Maybe my takes are a little off, though. You put the orb in the black holes, I think. I thought that's what I was assuming, too, but I think this says you put the orb away from it. Near each player. The orb afflicts... If the orb comes within 6 yards, the essence is torn apart. Oh, the orb is destroyed. So you got to put the orb next to... Yeah, you're right. Just drop your takes. Oh, I've been dropping them all day. I've been dropping some hot takes. Like, no deodorant. I feel like deodorant was a lie. They've convinced us to wear this. You drag the fixated orbs into a vortex. The rot damage increases the damage. Okay, let's try. Oh, we're probably going to have to see this a few times. This looks like one of those bosses. If I talk about my takes about class discords or anything like that, Alex, 2 things. Number 1, I'm tired today. Number 2, there are a ton, and nobody will clip this part of stream, unfortunately. Everything I say from this point, people will either hear the first part or the second part, and no one ever gets to hear the clarification. There are so many really great people in class discords who genuinely want to help you. there are also varying responses depending on what class in the Discord that you find, as in this current, like the Rogue Discord versus the Paladin Discord versus this Discord. There's a lot of very, very different takes depending on who you are, what class you're playing. In each of these situations, even if there are people who I believe are not actually being very productive and not helping you the way that they maybe should, there are also people who really do want to help you. My issue is a lot of new players depend on class discords. And the argument, let me think about how to say this, because I'm very tired today and my brain is just not braining. Let me put it this way. There is an argument that class discords are a space for people to go and optimize their character, because anybody that goes into a class discord is going to obviously be there to improve. I fundamentally disagree with this. I actually think that the vast majority of people who go into class discords are newer and need more basic advice. You occasionally get, what am I going to do? I can't sleep, Aussie. It's like 2 p.m. for me. It's 3 p.m. for me right now. But does that make sense? I actually, that's maybe where my philosophy changes a little bit. Just in terms of, why am I so sleepy? I'm not sleepy. I'm just ill right now. My chronic illness has been flaring up. I'm pissy about it. If I start talking about it, I'm gonna mostly complain because I don't have a lot of positive takes about my health at the moment. I'm just upset. I don't like to complain too much because complaining doesn't actually help. Voicing the opinions properly does help. Talking about it is cool, but complaining about your health doesn't accomplish anything, because I have had these conditions my whole life, and if I start complaining about them today, it doesn't go away tomorrow, if that makes sense. So it's like I'm torn between wanting to discuss it, maybe ranting about it, but at the same time, not hyper-focusing on it, because what's the point? You know? Also, hi, Sunny. I hope that my videos can help. I want to have both. Like, I want to be able to do both, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. But it is tough. The idea is, I'd like to be in a position where I can simultaneously help people improve if they are looking to do that whole parse 100, be as good as I can possibly be. But I also want people to understand, if you are overwhelmed and all you are actually trying to do is just not parse 0, how can I help you with that? Because those are two different things. They're not the same thing. Does that make sense? I'm glad, though, that my videos have helped, Sunny. I'm excited to make more. We finally got to actually test all of this, and that didn't feel absolutely terrible. I think I'm all right with Void Scar. Some of the fear mechanics, some of the things are going to be a little bit tough. But I'm not completely upset about this. Can you help me? How can I help you? 24 bonus rolls. Take work off. Start gaming a lot. I don't think I hate that fight, actually. This dungeon is decent comparatively to King's Rest. There's a lot of... I don't mind this. I think the layout is actually okay. Like, the pacing of it is pull 1, then pull 2. You go into pull 3. A lot of decisions that you can make. Fairly good sizing of pulls. Fear mechanics, not sure how I feel about that. Anytime the group is feared or stunned can be rough. The first area is the hard one, because I think you have to do the Overseer kind of. Like, maybe in lower keys you don't, but in any amounts of push key, I think you have to make the triple pull work at the start. Didn't feel the worst, though. And my single target feels kind of decent if I can actually maintain uptime and track it a little bit better. On my UI, one thing I would do for each of the Apex as a min-max is I need to actually see it, though. Works with Apex 1. Is the 30% currently tied to Apex 1? Because that's why you would be playing 1 out of 4. As far as I understand, I don't know about that bug. I would have to check. It's supposedly, the last point of Apex is supposed to give you the 30% on Thrash. But if Wizard, if that's somehow tied to Apex 1, then you would not play. Yeah, you would just play 1 out of 4. 4 a.m. here, it's more 4 p.m. where it was 3 p.m. 3 p.m. here right now. It's my afternoon. Aussie. Ooh. What am I going to do if I'm not actually playing WoW? Oh, thank you, Spec. That matters more to me than any WoW stuff. You know, Spec, I want to make more health content. I want to talk about it more. I just don't know where to put it. Like, I make World of Warcraft content. I don't make health content. And I don't think I can just put health content on the World of Warcraft channel. I don't think it works like that. Well, I wouldn't make fitness for game. I would make fitness because it helps you today. But I've been working in health and fitness for a decade, and I can tell you that so much of the recommendations for how to feel better are just wildly off. Everybody talks about fitness in the same way that they talk about secondary stats for World of Warcraft, where most of the time, if you're like, oh yeah, I like working out, it's like, great. Every question that happens from that point, the next 10 questions are equivalent to, should I have 1% more crit or 1% more mastery? Bro, doesn't fucking matter. Seriously, I'm genuinely like, you got to get off the single button rotation. We're not talking about the actual critical things. If you're parsing 10 in World of Warcraft and you swap 2% of a secondary stat, it's not going to fix your problem. We do the same thing with fitness, where people basically say, hey, how can I change this one thing? And it's like, that doesn't matter. And they go, but I was told it doesn't matter. That's the wrong way to look at it. Baseline, your foundation is completely off. You can optimize all this other stuff, track it, whatever. Macros, who the fuck cares? Genuinely. Like, why would it matter? It doesn't matter how much you're like, well, protein's so important. Of course it is. But first, I have to get you to not binge eat 7 pizzas. Like, this here. You gotta solve this. And why are we doing it? If you ever have a conversation, if you're somebody who, for example, overeats constantly, and your problem is you want to lose weight, and you don't address why you are overeating, you're missing the whole point. That's like, actually fundamentally, we need to talk about what does it give you? What are you trying to fill? It's an addictive type of behavior, and you would never treat somebody who's addicted to a substance, and you would just say, well, just stop. Just stop. Well, good luck. I have never met a single person who was genuinely unhealthy in terms of being very overweight and not tried several times before to fix it and to improve. I have never met a single person who is overweight that hasn't, like a dozen times over the years, made real conscious effort, but that effort has not been rewarded. Does that make sense? Like, that's just fundamentally, like, I would love to give some of that advice because I can help. Because this information is what you actually need. But I don't know how to put it out there. Good back exercise to remove your pain. Yeah, your back isn't your problem. Like, I don't know you for sure, Just Blinks, but your back is not the problem, almost certainly. Very, very rarely somebody with back pain is their back the actual issue. Think about a skeleton for me, just in general. Just Blinks, can you visualize things? If I tell you to think about a penguin, could you visualize a penguin? Think about a penguin real quick. Okay, cool. Think about a skeleton. There's nothing on your back. Your low back doesn't exist. It's just a spine there. But here, I'll explain it like this. I got you. Hips. Hips are the thing that connect. So back pain is very real, but it's a connecting thing. If you sprain your ankle outside, your whole foot swells up, right? But it's actually your ankle that was sprained. But you're going to feel it in your calf, your shin, your actual foot, your toes, everything is going to hurt. So the body responds by grouping everything around it and referring the pain because it doesn't want you to use that thing. So back tight, back hurts almost 80% of the time, this is very individual, and I would have to look at you, is because spine not working correctly. And that normally means hips. I'll show you. Yeah. So hips are here. Hips don't just mean glute. Hips mean here, and core. But core don't mean abs. Core means the muscles that stabilize your spine. In terms of how it works for you, I wouldn't be able to say, to be honest. I would need to actually see you. That's the whole point of a consult. But then also, for example, if you have neck disc bulges, C2 versus C6, grind squad, do you know statistically how many people have bulging discs? There's very interesting statistics on this. Pain is a weird thing when it comes to the body. In America, this is old statistics too. I haven't even checked out the new ones. Lots. The amounts of people who would have noticeable spinal degeneration of any kind on an MRI past the age of 40 is statistically very high. The amounts of people who have pretty wildly noticeable any sort of degenerative problem with their bones or spines is upwards of 50, 60%. But almost nobody has pain. So why do some people have pain? That's a better question. Because we say that, like, you get diagnosed, the doctor will be very scary, but the way that we treat pain is important. So, for example, if you told me you have some low back pain, just blinks. That sucks. Low back pain does suck, but we can solve it. It's not a problem, actually. You know, low back pain, it's fairly common. I'm sure we can figure out what's causing it for you, and maybe we could even fix it in 2 days. You could even try something I'll show you right now, and we can see if it makes a difference for you. You could. Imagine that I say that. Does that give you a little bit of hope out of curiosity? Do you hear that and you go, that sounds pretty good? Of course. Cool. So the way that most doctors will approach this issue is if you actually go to a doctor and you go, I'm having some low back pain, they tend to lean toward the nth degree of what could possibly happen. And they go, oh no, this could be bad. You might have cancer. That's a possibility. And you go, oh, really? And they go, holy shit. Yeah, we got to all right, MRI, X-ray, this could be really, really fucking bad. We have to make sure that you're not dying. And you're dying. What? I was just, my back hurt. Is it that bad, doc? And they said, it could be. It could be that. Let's rule it out. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. It's going to be all right. And you go, don't worry about it. You just told me I could be dying. Is actually, this is super the wrong way to look at most of these problems. Because even if you have a problem, fear, like making you terrified, is not going to help. It will actively make the problem worse. I need to get you to not be terrified, because if I want you to move your hips anyways, the last thing I want is for you to lock down the system and be like, ah. It's a very strange thing that doctors do. They're not, I don't think they intend to do it, but the result of basically making people terrified is that they're going to move way worse. Yeah. I mean, back pain, we can solve it is my point. Show the full build. Yeah, built in Discord. I'll put it in there. Follow me, so your back is all messed up. A 2 spine specialist. Most of your pain is in the glutes and the hips. So if you have, I'm going to share this in Discord. I'm pretty sure this is give or take what you're playing right now. And yeah, we could do some more, but let me show people some stuff because I can probably help you for this. This information should be free. But I need to just shift my camera a little bit. Midnight tank builds here. I'll put it in Guardian right now. This is just full Apex Beta Cook 1. Okay. It'll be there if people want it. In the Guardian Druid section. Yeah. Watch it. Okay. Camera angle. I would love to turn the camera around, but I'm just going to keep it here for a sec. You know what would be really easy, though? Oh, yeah, I got to book a flight. Damn. 1 second. What if I put this down? I don't have enough space in this room. Can I show you after? Just blinks. How long are you around today? How long are you around today? You going to be here like 30, 40 minutes from now? Yeah, we could do one more, Cape. Let's do it after. 30, 45 minutes? Okay. Come back in about 45 minutes and I will show you, I will literally help you understand your hip pain a lot better. You too, Spec. Are you going to be here about 45 minutes from now? You're at work, you have nothing better to do? Cool. Can we test Den of Nalarak or you want to test Murder Row? Preference? Den or Murder Row? Hi, Gold. Yeah, I got 2. One of them is not doing so well. I gotta help. I need to go buy a phone. Uh-oh, your phone died? That's not good. Den, screw murder row. Okay. I haven't actually done Den, though. So let's do 15, I suppose. Smooth. You asked me a question about health stuff earlier. Are you going to be around 45 minutes from now? Because I'll just... There is so much information people pay me money for, and it should be free. I thought about how I could put that information out there. It's just so specific. I don't like generalizing health, even though there are concepts that can apply to everyone. The truth is that your body is unique in the way that you need to handle things, and I'll explain why. You can't really watch a YouTube video to solve your problems, and if you could, we wouldn't have as many problems as we do, right? How am I? A little rough right now, Angel, to be honest with you. I'm struggling a bit, but I'm okay. The effort? Oh, no. Yeah, I like it. Incoming. Oh, okay. I'll get my best aquatic animal take ready. All right, here we go. If there's an incoming raid, hold up. What do we start with? Angel Knight says incoming. Should I say the dolphin fact again? I still feel awkward earlier. I'm going to tell that story again. Anyone know what trinkets to use? No. I have no idea what balance trinkets are. I have not been able to test that much of this PTR cycle, to be honest with you. Where your build? Go to the Guardian Druid. There's Midnight Tank build. I've sectioned everything in Discord so I can just put everything I test. Basically, it's Midnight Tank build, Guardian Druid. That's where it is, Wiz. Oh, wait, it's not pinned, is it? Midnight Tank build, scroll up, Guardian Druid, last one there. That's the one. That's the one. So yeah, today is either going to be a short stream because I feel bad or a long one. Oh, it's Angel's coming in. Hi, Angel. Hello. Thank you for warning me of the incoming. Because I have a story to tell you. Hello. Hi. Earlier today, am I done? What do you mean? On stream? No, I got a lot more to say today. I was just thinking, either I'm not feeling well, so it's when I'm not feeling well, I either hang out all day on stream and maybe even just do like IRL Thai stuff. Like I'll just walk around town or something, get a snack, bring my wallet this time. Maybe that, or I'll go to the gym, perhaps. I've figured out technology so I can take people with me. And are you doing PTR? I am doing PTR. I'm testing Guardian Druid Apex at the moment. Prevent great. We will test now the Den of Nalarak. Haven't done this yet. I think in 45 minutes. Probably just I will take people downstairs and I just want to show you a few things with health. I don't know. Somebody got me talking about it earlier. Just Blinks asked, and I was like, low back pain is something that I could probably fix really easily. Oh yeah, they changed the Apex a lot, Cardinarch. It's very different than it was. I don't mind them now. I think that they're all right. There might be a bug or something though. Yeah, but it would have to be just after this dungeon because I want to test one more. But then I'm going to get tired and I'll probably just take people downstairs and I will show you some stuff. Yeah. Do you have to press Mangle? Yup. But you don't have to press Moonfire anymore. I got to swipe up my bars too. I don't think it's bad. It's just different. Like the breakdown here, if we actually take a look at something like the first pull, is this reset or is this here? First pull breakdown. I mean, I don't know if they're going to change it. We have to see, Cardinarch. We don't know exactly how this works. Hi, Angel. Are you excited for Season 2? I feel rough. I got to jump around or something. This is a penguin. This is what I feel. But I don't like to be... Dude, it's tough. I don't know. Yesterday, I was streaming. And I was trying some stuff. But then I ended up feeling really bad toward the end of the day. And honestly, goddamn, I should have just ended stream, probably. Because I feel awkward about feeling bad on stream. I do. It does create a little bit of... bleh. Because people... it just, at some point, it sounds like complaining. And I don't want to complain, but I also don't want to pretend that I feel any better than I do, because I'm agitated. And you can see that I'm agitated. Like, I can't sit still because I'm frustrated. But the frustration doesn't get solved tomorrow or today. There's not much emotionally that I can do to make my physical state any better right now. Is there 4 Apex? Technically, I'm logging Wizard. I don't know who else is testing Guardian at the moment. I think a few people. I think Equinox tested it once or twice, as far as he told me yesterday. I don't know. I'm logging today, so you would be able to check from there if you wanted. Should be logging, at least. Good night, Angel. Thank you for coming to say hi. I appreciate it. My streams are a very weird place right now. I don't know how I guess. I'm accepting the fact that if people want to hang out, then they hang out. If people are listening to this and you have been around the last few days, can I ask you a question? I guess this is an important question I would like to ask. Do you feel hopeful from my stream? Do I do a good job of providing a message of hope, or at least optimism? Yes. I think that I would not be okay with the fact that if I feel bad and therefore my stream carries with it a certain level of angst, I'm okay with sarcasm. I'm okay with annoyance. I'm okay with frustration. Those are all real things, and I feel those things. I am not okay with cynicism. Cynicism gets you nowhere. I experience feelings of hopelessness or despair a little bit, or just overwhelming blah. But I don't actually believe it, if that makes sense. Thanks. Okay. I just want to make sure that that's important to me. It comes across in all content because I'm very bad at hiding things. Yeah, I want to somehow strike that balance. It's hard, though. It's difficult. It's not easy to somehow find a balance between the fact that I'm frustrated right now, but also know that I'm going to be okay. And that balance is a very strange thing because normally I don't put myself out there in the world for everybody to be witnessing the... You just see the end result. Do you know what I mean? Like basically, you will see, I'll disappear for 3 months, then I come back and you'll go, how you doing? And I'll be like, great. But nobody gets to see the work. Nobody gets to see the actual ins and outs of me going through things on a regular basis and just saying, fuck, a little bit. And part of me wants to share that, and another part of me doesn't. Another part of me feels like I should very actively not be putting that out there, and that the end result is pretty much all that matters. A little bit. I don't know. It's scary not because of judgment, but because I believe that my words have weight to them. Because I believe that what I put out into the world matters. And I have to be okay with the fact that some of what I feel right now may not be too positive, but that doesn't mean that I am not positive. Although I think it's hard to put that out there on the internet, to be honest with you. I think that a lot of times what you see online is either a yes or a no. Either somebody is cool or somebody isn't. And there's no gray area for this. which I still find to be very weird because every time I consider the fact that people really do think in absolutes, you really consider everything to be a black and a white, a yes or a no, instead of the fact that it exists in a gray area. One of the most popular forms of all media in the last 10 years has specifically been about the 50 Shades of Grey. And it makes you wonder because so many times people are not even willing to consider 2 shades of gray. And yet, secretly, we all are aware of the fact that there's actually so many different perspectives. I've never read the book myself, but I would imagine it's a great philosophical deep dive into the fact that you have to be willing to consider things from different perspectives. That's why everybody was watching and reading it, right? Spec, would you have any comments on this? Incarn will be a short cool. I'm not struggling with coverage, Wiz. I think that a lot of people, the Lunation nerf will be felt for Guardian, but for what it is worth, I'm not having any coverage issues right now. I have plenty of options. As long as you play Guardian decently and you take the things that you've learned from Season 1 into Season 2, you'll be absolutely fine. It's the same concepts, and although scary because change, it is not actually terrible. The new Apex plays, it's going to have just as much, if not, I would say 20% more min-max than we currently have, but the rotation itself doesn't change that much. It is? I thought it was a philosophical book. It was like, if you want to change your life, you got to read Atomic Habits and also consider the fact that there are, so many different perspectives in the world Victorian. I didn't know. This is news to me. Are they healing? I got to learn this dungeon. So there's a healing breeze right there. Is it dispellable if it goes off? It's a kick. What's the healing? So if they actually apply it to themselves, it's a magic healing 5% maximum health every 2 seconds. That doesn't feel overtuned like the shamans in King's Rest. It didn't help you, TH? I don't think so, Wiz. My DPS... I heard someone say that. I don't remember where I heard that somehow tanks are doing all the same DPS. The major problem is that I cannot activate this because it requires opposable thumb. So if you see this, Blizzard definitely doesn't want Bear to be meta because every time I try to click on one of the main sources of RP in this new dungeon, and you can clip this, by the way, but Bear cannot be meta because it requires opposable thumbs. That's the hardest part about this dungeon, is very clearly they don't want Bear to ever have the ability to play this dungeon. Do you have to take that spirit? The spirits are annoying mobs, right? So you don't want to, if you can skip them, you skip them. Do you have to take them? He looks like he might be in a spot you can skip him. I'm pulling kind of safe here as well. Wiz, I think that your DPS will be higher than it is right now, for sure. Miss Q, my Q, always miss. I also miss social cues, by the way. I like your name because it seems to be very reflective of my life. My Q, can I tell you something that happened earlier today, out of curiosity? Are you around for a second? Because I'd like to tell you something kind of awkward. It did occur, and on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say I handled it 3. Yeah, I would give myself a 3. And you know that I've had to learn social cues because I give myself a rating on how well I've handled different in interactions. So somebody came in, and they were like, yo, you live in Thailand? I was like, yeah, I lived here for a while. And they're like, oh, we should meet up. And I was like, ooh, no. But I didn't do it right because I was too aggressive with it. So they said we should meet up. And the right thing for me to do, the right cue, I missed it, would have been for me to say, totally respect that. I'm very busy these days. And so I don't think I'm going to have time to meet up. That would have been like a proper way to handle that, yeah? Unfortunately, in the moment, I didn't say it like that. And my gut reaction to somebody saying that was actually, ooh, no, yeah, no. And I think that that was the wrong way to handle it. So if Mr. Murdoch is still here, I do apologize for that. I'm having a day. I do have the gluteal strength to physically lift you up and put you down gently. But instead, I went for the band jujitsu dropping guard move where I slammed you down hard. My bad. Victorian, it's a very I was being heavily sarcastic. It's one of my favorite jokes right now. I figured it out a few days ago, and ever since I figured it out, I've actually just been having a great time referencing the whole if 50 Shades is a philosophical argument. I think it's very funny. Okay, how many offerings do we need? Do we have all the offerings, or we need more? Where are we going? I don't know. Okay, over here. Why no Moonfire? Moonfire currently is only used because of Lunation. The actual direct damage of Moonfire, look at the value of it, is less than a melee. Moonfire by itself does literally it does nothing. Many Guardian Druids over Moonfire in their rotation without realizing that the actual only reason that you press it is because you get CDR on your Lunar Beam. But if you don't get CDR on your Lunar Beam, you will not press Moonfire in your rotation. Maybe there's some weird thing with the GG proc, but probably not. Swipe has higher chance of gore, so you swipe to fill, although if you have swipe on your bars, it's going to be the greatest min-max to never press that shit if you don't actually need to. Many Guardian Druids are going to overpress swipe a lot. I've already been overpressing swipe a little bit. You don't... the joke is just very clearly it was a best-selling book, like millions and millions of books. I know what it's about. I'm familiar with the actual subject matter. But one of the things I'm very passionate about, Spec, is not... Yeah. Oh, you don't get it as in why people like it? Yeah, me neither. But the idea... Well, actually, that's not true. I get it entirely. That's not true. I fully understand it. Where is the other offering? I need to see my mini-map. My chat's covering it. Okay. One of them is right here, directly forward. It's there. Okay, it's this bush. I have no idea how the route is supposed to be here, though. You don't get the joke. So, I don't believe in absolutes because I'm not a Sith Lord. But the joke is... Another way to say that I don't believe in absolutes is that I believe in basically things being a bit more gray. Because it exists on a spectrum of truth. And within that, there's many perspectives. That's what I'm saying. And I believe that as like a wonderful kind of psychological concept that's important and valuable to understand. But I can use... the fact that 50 Shades of Grey exists to make that funny. Hold on, I need to figure out where I'm going here first before I explain this joke, because I don't know. We have 4 or 6 offerings required. There's a fishing one here. Do you have to do the fishing? There's 2 fishing ones. Do you have to... There's no way that you actually have to fish in a Mythic Plus dungeon. There's got to be some other offerings. You have to fish? There's not more than 4. No. There's got to be... I just assumed that there would be 6 offerings and they would be scattered around the place and you could choose which offerings you want. There's no way you actually have to fish in a Mythic Plus dungeon, right? There's got to be more offerings than this. Really? No way. What? Hold up. I haven't actually seen Den of Nalarak. It's mostly that it's a Mythic Plus dungeon. The joke is that when you talk about life things, especially nuanced things like morality, like genuine human decency and kindness, which is something I know you believe in, Spec, the shock value of implying that you can have that conversation while simultaneously saying the word fart is funny. Because we attach too much value to the sincerity and the seriousness of that conversation without realizing that that is equally as part of life as farting. So, for example, you can explain the truth of the universe and the human condition through your digestive system. And I could do so by explaining to you that we are a being that consumes the world around us to create energy. And that is the crux of the human condition, that we are always at odds with how much we consume versus how much we create. And when that has a disparity, we might end up in a philosophical gray zone, and that could be problematic. But what I'm actually saying is that some people fart too much, and that's funny. Because I'm taking a concept where you go, wow, that sounded fucking intellectual. And then I said the word fart. And that's not intellectual. And that's the problem. Because it is. We attach fancy words, in-depth, like people take a philosophy class or a psychology class and then go, ooh, I can say mortal coil instead of your body. And there's like a bell curve where originally when you first learned that you could be like, this mortal coil is a prison, you could be like, wow, I feel very smart for this. And that will make you feel good. And it will give you a certain level of power, a little bit of ego, a little bit of confirmation that your mortal coil is not wasted. And then you eventually mature and you realize it's actually just farts. That makes sense? That's why it's funny. That's the joke. Yeah. Does that make sense? Every time I join the stream, there's a deep moral discussion, and as I type, I find out yeah. But that's what it is. Exactly, Ozzy. Big inspiration for me. But I also think that if you actually dive, the further you get into understanding this world, the more you realize, just farts. People are after some deep psychological truth as though it will free them from all of the things that they don't like feeling. But it is, in fact, just about learning how to pass gas. And that right there is the problem with class discords. Not enough emphasis on farting. Okay, this way. I don't think I hate this dungeon, potentially with design, but I have no idea what to do, obviously, with routing. I do wish that this is actually one of those examples where routing could be simplified if it was more linear. Because there's a lot of mobs I could pull, and I have no idea what we were supposed to get in the first area. This will be a fun dungeon to learn how to route, but also one of those that give people a lot of pressure. It's the exact opposite of King's Rest. And it's a good question to think about which is better. Is this type of style better, where you have this much option and variety, and probably some mobs that are banned and some mobs that are all right? Or is King's Rest better, where you have to pull everything and have zero route variety? That's an interesting question. What? Oh my god, they're clapping me. Armor reduced by 5%, 10%. Oh, they did a lot of damage. Doesn't seem that bad. Damage pretty good with Combat Potion Apex. Not terrible. Okay, so they get a stacking rage. Damage done increased by 400%. That's not good. Okay, so you probably need to soothe that. Holy shit. Oh, hello, wait. I don't have soothe on my bar. Damage done increased by 400%, Barkskin. Bro, they're one-shotting me. Oh my god. Wait, I just need to soothe them. I need to find a soothe button. Where's the soothe? Hi, Nucky. I don't know where my soothe is. Oh, wow, 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 wow. 400% enrage. Okay. I'm okay. I'm all right. I don't know what the percentage is going to be here, though. Alex, are you still there in terms of talking about prop pally secondary stats? You always know what to expect. I think that my perspective on routing might just be personal. I think it's better for the game in a lot of ways, like if there are linear dungeons like that spec, but I don't like it. Like I hated like Workshop, not a fun dungeon for me. Things that are super just, there is one option I don't really like. I think I do like the variety of routing because it allows me to express mastery, but I totally understand. I very much understand why it would actually be counterproductive in a lot of ways for much of the player base. Since I am more or less new to your channel, what's up? How come you moved to Thailand? Why only Druid tank? Well, actually, I play all the tanks. And not only do I play all the tanks, but at different points in different seasons, I've actually played healer as well. I don't just tank. You're seeing me play Druid because this is currently what I have decided to be my favorite. But I have also mained Pally, Warrior, and a few others at different points. Those are my top 3 played tanks. And I have mained Preservation Evoker and Resto Shaman at different points as well. And Mistweaver this past season was a new journey for me. Never played Mistweaver before. Enjoyed it. But I like to play the game from many different aspects. I like learning from a tank perspective, a healer perspective, also a DPS perspective for what it's worth. So I have recently, since I started streaming, I have liked my Guardian Druid even more because Guardian Druid lets me play and talk to you at the same time without moving, without worrying that much. That's also why I don't like Druid of the Claw. I don't like it when, if something requires me to lock the hell in, I'm not a huge fan of it, basically. How much Druid players around? First one's to play Druid because of how much Druid players are. You mean like this current season, Shin? The problem is that Druid has not exactly been meta for a while. Like, I understand this past season, there were obviously a lot of Guardian Druids, and it was oppressively bad if you weren't a Guardian Druid. But we haven't had a meta season since Dragonflight Season 2. It's been like 5-6 seasons where we haven't been around. Look here, okay? The next season should technically be a Blood Decay season if you go by that math. Or give Brewmasters more time to shine. I also, when I started playing WoW, actually was a hunter, but I played marksman. All right, Alex, if you're still here, secondary stats for Prop Pally, I do think they need to take a look at the mastery value. There is most likely, in Season 2, you will simply not get enough mastery to max out your block. It's just off. If there was a world where you could spec into mastery, potentially it would be like beneficial to get like 100% block chance. But the problem is this next season, you're going to want to go crit. It's going to be a crit and Haith season. Am I having an earthquake? No, I think I'm just tired and off balance a little. I'm standing on my desk and I'm putting a lot of pressure through my hands because I'm feeling ill. It's difficult to explain chronic conditions because, no, I'm just probably like my body's just very tense right now. I should move more after this. Favorite WoW expansion? Shadowlands. Because we attach meaning based on our experience. I came back to the game in Shadowlands, so Shadowlands represents when I started playing WoW again. And I had the most fun time because everything was new, in a sense, because I hadn't played in about 4 or 5 years. Longest break I ever took. And so Shadowlands is like, yo, it's WoW. That's why I like it. Not because it was the best expansion or because it had the best systems, just because straight up, yeah, I just liked it. Okay. Did you? And now you live together. Isn't that wild? Isn't that crazy, Spec? It seems like a mob I wouldn't want to pull. Oh, I'm rooted. I will show you something about health just blinks after this. But I don't know if I'm actually going to do a long stream today. I just feel antsy. You would go crit haste. If you were actually going to do it, you go crit haste. I'm just going to do it another day. Well, I mean, it's my job. I do it every day, but you should just know. No, it's okay. No, I'll show you downstairs in a second. I'm just debating on whether or not I would actually go like outside. It's a good day for this. Yeah, sometimes I don't write. No problem. I'm glad that people enjoyed my stream, especially these days because I worry constantly. Obviously, I like making people laugh. I think laughter is good. I enjoy the fact that I can make people smile a little bit, you know, relating intense philosophical discussion to farts. I find that I like that skill of mine. I'm good with words. I've studied words. I know what to and what not to say most of the time. That being said, wait, what is this guy? Wait, blinding snow prevents targeting into or out of the area. So you have to basically just go into this guy and kill him here. Yeah, I'm wearing donut pajama pants. You like them? I'll put on shorts probably. Just run. You can skip it. You don't have to kill him. You just run past them? No way. You just run past them? That's it? No. Okay. That's funny. That's it. Covenant system drove me mad. They were frustrating from a balance perspective, but otherwise, though. What's up, Darth? Man, ask how often you stream with Arson? Dude, I would stream with him more often. We had a weird thing that happened earlier this season. Mostly driven by a comment I made on accident. I was feeling kind of bad. And earlier in the season, he and the healer I was playing with, they happened to just kind of find another tank to play with. And there was a day where I said something that upset him. And I could have said it better, 100%. Like, this is on me. But then we stopped playing together, which I think is really sad because I don't think there are a lot of people who have a genuinely chill perspective on the game and share how I would want to play and push. But I really like Arson. So I hope more often, Darth. I'll catch him on PTR, I'm sure, sometimes, but I don't know if we're going to play, like, the season together. Oh, this is the boss here. Okay, let's actually go max damage for a second. I am rooted. I don't know. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sure I'll catch him around. Like, I'm sure we'll stream together as well, but we're not on a Mythic Plus team anymore. Maybe in the puddle, probably. Imagining this is a get in the puddle situation. Oh my god, we're dead. All right. I'm assuming that was a you have to be in the puddle. That looked like a you gotta go in the puddle type thing. All right, let's learn it. Can you donut around the boss with a fence? Fence. But yeah, Darth, I hope I can play with him more. I like Arson. I like people who are just chill. They're good at the game, but they're just chilling. I know that next season I'm going to play Guardian just because it really fits my current play style and philosophy on the game. I also think Guardian is actually pretty good right now. Not prop alley, but not like the worst thing ever. Can they battle res me is a good question, so I can stretch and move. What? Yeah. T-Muck, one of the absolute hardest things to explain to people, and I swear this is actually one of the hardest things to explain because it just sounds like you're complaining, but if you are somebody who wants to push for the 1%, 0.1%, and you're trying to get a Mythic Plus team, and you don't currently have one, but you are good enough that you're progressing to a high enough level, and I'm talking, let me just put a number to it right now, general reference, I'm talking like your 4K IO, or maybe even 4.1, but you've been pugging your way to that this season. There's a certain level of actual envy that you start to develop. I'm just going to cook on this. Like, I'm just going to be honest with you, and you'll have to give me the benefit of the doubt because it'll sound a lot like I'm complaining. Not so much from my perspective, although I feel this a bit too. Here's the cook. You'll notice that all the people you actually want to play with already have teams. It's super hard to find players who are that good that are also having a good time playing the game and are chill that don't already have a team. Because by default, if a DPS player is capable of doing Resil 22 or Resil 23, and they care enough about the game, but they also have a good mentality, they have been scooped up a while ago. And they've been playing the game for 5 years, they already have a team. Like, they're not going to be out there in the fucking wilds casually pugging, at that level. So you can find people at the plus 18 range because the chances that you're on a team already in the plus 18 range are going to be much higher. But when you start getting up there, any player who is capable of doing that type of content and is good enough to do that type of content, but is also like a nice person, is almost certainly scooped up well before they find you. And so currently, the people that you will by default find at that level are going to be the ones who are trying very, very, very hard to progress. And there's a certain level of angst, a certain level of frustration that kind of dominates that range of keys. But it's a difficult thing to discuss and talk about because it'll sound mostly like complaining, except every single person who is in this situation will know exactly what I mean. Does that make sense? Where there's a lot of conversation about, well, just find a team to play with, like find people to play with, like add people to B tag, 100%. But how do you find the people to play with? You just have to kill the ad and then group on the ad before the AoE, right? That doesn't seem like too bad of a mechanic. We just need enough damage on the ad. Yeah. We kill the ad and then we stack on the ad. So I find that to be a weird, it's like a thing, it's just really hard to talk about because those who have already found a solution to this problem don't understand the problem. And those who are stuck in the middle of the problem have almost no way of talking about it without sounding like they're complaining. Does that make sense? That's what I would say. I just don't know how to bridge that. Like, I would love to make a video about it, but how do I talk about it? I can tell you that if I wanted to do keys, and I was willing to invest the time, energy, and dedication to actually routing the current season on the plus 23 level and go for the 0.1% title and push, the very first thing I would do is message my B tag. I absolutely would not, under any circumstances, try to plug it. I already feel bad. I do not need to feel worse. The last thing that I would do if I wanted to push Mythic Plus in Midnight Season 1 at this point is pug. I would immediately message 100 people off my B tag and just be like, game? Question mark? Want to play? Game? Key? Question mark? That's exactly what I would do. Yeah, it's the ultimate hack. Cannot express to you how important this is. This is, everybody gets this one wrong. You gotta start developing some consistency. Alrighty. Yeah, it's not even whether everybody can learn to get better at the game, but you want not just similar skill parity, you want consistency. Like actual, raw, straight up consistency. That's what you're looking for. Because you can prog keys, and with the Resil system, you really want the same people to learn how to do first pull seat of the Tron braid. You'll reduce the variance and increase your success rate by far if you could just figure out how to get the same people playing with you. Okay, so we kill this ad, then we go kill the other ad, and then we're fine. I don't know if you have to be in the snow pile for the AoE or outside of it. Let's find out. I'm pretty sure you go into the snow pile here. And also, this was a good single target burn. So we can see what my damage looks like. I'm pretty sure you go into the snow pile for this. Yeah. Easy. Immune to movement forces, that's the fight. Not bad at all once I figured this out. So as long as your team can kill the ad, which doesn't look like it's crazy bad, you just do this, and then you try not to get hit by tornadoes. And you're skidding around like the spider boss. Senarth. Okay, hot take, Senarth was actually kind of cool. Maybe annoying to prog on Mythic, and I did actually I did raid Mythic that tier, so that was an annoying fight on Mythic, but that fight was kind of a cool cook. The Ice Spider boss was sort of awesome. It was unique. I remember it. It stands out in my head. And I kind of liked it. Although annoying a little bit, I thought Senarth was cool. So then you have to kill the other ad too, I'm pretty sure. The best raid boss I can remember. I guess, you know, that this is a very much to each their own type thing, right? Is there a tank soak right there? I'm looking like there's some, it looks to me like there's some form of tank soak potentially on this fight. So my own memory on it. You're not going to like one of my answers, T-Book. The first thing that came to mind as I thought about it, I searched my memory banks. Assault of the Zakali. And the reason the reason is because on Mythic one time I got to solo the entire side of ads as a tank, and I did 100. I got a rank 100 parse because I got to just solo the ads for a while as a tank. So I have fond memories of that. That's why. Pretty sure I still have it. That as funny as this sounds, I remember just thinking to myself, this is cool. This is cool. Let's see. My average parse right now for Mythic Pugs is a 99.9. We can link it here. But if we look back to that raid, which was Midnight, Dragonflight, Aberrus, the Shadowed Crucible. Wait, is it the 10.1, 10.15, Wait, does it not count because somehow... Wait, where's my... Is it not loading? Wait, Dragonflight, Aberrus, the Wait, why are... Oh, is it because I name changed? That would suck if somehow it actually accounted for name change. I can't see any of my old parses if it expires? What? No, there's got to be a way to... I must just not all? Wait, I can't find my parses right now. That's super weird. That sucks. All right, this area of the dungeon I remember being kind of bad on Mythic 0. I've been leveling a druid. Alex, if you're still there on YouTube, I made an entire... If you care enough to learn, there's like a 15-minute video I made explaining Guardian Druid secondary stats. But Guardian of all the tanks just doesn't care that much about secondaries because our mastery is actually good. There are some tanks where their mastery or like Brewmaster's relationship with haste is pretty unique. So there is a stat that you want to avoid. But Guardian is not really like that, where if Guardians want to go higher mastery, they'll be just fine. If Guardians want to go higher, they'll be just fine. If you want to go higher crit, you'll be just fine. As long as you have a decent amount of haste, you'll probably play just fine, although exactly how much haste is even up for debate. And the arguments... It seems to me that most Guardians prefer a certain level of haste, although there is a diminishing return on it, and it's not like it is 78% ahead of every other secondary stat, for what it's worth. Yeah. Brew is hard because I like Mistweaver, and then when you gear for Mistweaver and Brewmaster, you're in trouble. With your same goals for the game, I would agree with that, Miss Biscuit. Playing with your friends in Season 1, but after starting 1 to 2 weeks of wiping on 16, I gave up because he didn't want to. That they wanted for the game. Have to enjoy it. I don't think so, Wiz. I think that haste as a Guardian is absolutely over-dramatized, by far. Like there are people who do the math sheets, and the people who do the math sheets don't realize that there are practical applications of this game that they're not considering. The same people who are like, but haste is you gotta go haste. You got as much haste. There's no, you got it, and then you got it, and you. Anytime you start saying things like that, in general, it's the same type of person who goes, but you also really have to play Puzzle Box because that's the best trinket. It's like, practically speaking, it is in fact not the best trinket. It might sim the best, but there are limits to how much you can apply it in perfect scenarios. So anyone who got debated by saying Puzzle Box is the absolute best trinket is probably doing less damage, or unless you can somehow, I mean, in a realistic scenario, Puzzle Box is actually going to be less a DPS for you than just the static Heart of the Wind. But without context, because if you look at it on paper, that's not true. You gotta play puzzle. You see what I mean? It's like you gotta, and WoW is kind of a red herring. There are certain dungeons where I could probably make a mathematical argument that crit would be your best secondary stat for defensive value. And I think that there are other times where I could argue mastery would be your best pound for pound secondary stat. And yet there are further times I could argue that verse would actually be your best secondary stat. And then there are other times where I could say, but the timing of exactly this means that haste would be your best secondary stat, if that makes sense. Like, I think you can make an argument as a Guardian for literally every single stat, depending on the environment. They're pretty close together, though, is the point. Oh my god, I immediately died to the circle. All right, noted. Don't take that. I think in terms of raw output, if your damage intake is melee, yes. Dodge. By technical dev, I mean, it doesn't quite work out like this, but because a lot of times the dangerous parts, yeah, I mean, I got hit by bow circles. That was my fault. Tank privilege. I was like, I'll be fine. I was not fine. They, in fact, one shot if you get hit by bow circles. So in other words, like first pull in Mysara Caverns, I would not be surprised to find out that mathematically Wiz, the best secondary stat would be crit. Just because Berserkers, there's a lot of melee damage. Like, Berserkers hit really hard. Wouldn't be surprising to me to learn that. But would you gear for crit specifically because of that? Not sure. When crit gives you the option to dodge certain really heavy things, there might be a mathematical argument to say, but Skyreach, because dodge chance and how it works with the adept, you would want to take one or two less stacks of the thing. But then you could also argue because there are two, you know what I mean? It just, there's no real way to say that properly, I think. Everything is a cook and a take, but the truth is that it's a min-max of most likely this doesn't actually matter to you that much, if that makes sense. What's up, Sidrin? How you doing? Hello, Sidrin. Do you have a vid on rotation for Guardian shirt? Yeah, I do. Many, actually. For Season 1 or for Season 2, Poker? Season 2 testing, there is a video. I put an initial one out. They have since changed the Apex, and we can finally play Apex. I am pretty confident that the way I'm playing it right now is, give or take, without more tuning, is exactly how you're going to play it. They could obviously change things before the actual season release, so I don't think I'll make a public guide just yet. It wouldn't be accurate, but soon I'll make one. They finally fixed Apex. We couldn't play Apex for a while because it was mass taunting everything. Season 1, yes. Look up on YouTube, 100%. Yeah. If you go to my YouTube channel, you do !YouTube, there are many videos. There's a whole bunch of extra min-max as well on Patreon. Most of those videos are free if you're curious about that. But you can see a bunch. You're going to change? I don't know, Sidrin. I don't think they're looking at Guardian too much. It's not going to be the quote-unquote best meta tank on PTR, but I don't feel as though my damage is terrible. Ignoring this pack here. But like single target, I'm decent. I'm not the bottom of the barrel once they fixed Apex. Before they fixed Apex, all logged keys were done without Apex. So in that case, yes. Like the initial testing for Guardian, we could not play Apex. And so I think that was impactful. But that's a good thing. Remember. Yeah, I have a complete guide. If you just go to YouTube and type it in, you'll find it. I think if you just type in Guardian Druid Guide, that probably should come up. Let's see. I have no Feral Frenzy walking into this boss. But as long as I understand my Apex, and I think there's one min-max I'm going to have to do for it that I'm not a huge fan of. There are a few other basic rotational questions since I am playing the full Apex. Should I maul single target? Should I this? Should I that? Overwhelming Onslaught. Also, I think that the worst thing... Oh, I'm supposed to be here. Okay. I think I missed something there. The worst part of Guardian right now is the fact that I have to play this dungeon, but I will never get these bear forms because these bear forms are kind of awesome. I think you reset the boss. I don't think you burn every B-res. Bad idea. Do not burn every B-res. What is this mechanic? Damage taken. So you have to get in front of the boss, and then I'm assuming that this is a tank soak, but no one else. I'm assuming that that's what that mechanic is right there. Let's try again. It's a... Yeah. You go, everybody stacks, then it's a tank soak. Got it. Sidrin, what do you think they would change out of curiosity? I think that this is a healthy level of you're not spamming Moonfire in a degenerate playstyle anymore. They're getting you to actually use your kit in terms of the fact that you have more abilities on your bars, but it's also straightforward enough that people who enjoyed Guardian in Season 1 will still be able to enjoy it in Season 2. And there are a percentage of bears and percentage of tank players who wants a more complicated, nuanced rotation. I don't think that is most people. I think most tanks just kind of want to chill. In my opinion, I could be very wrong about that, but best of my understanding, most people who are tanking in WoW kind of just want to chill a little bit. They're really not trying to fight for their life all key. Yeah. So we're going front here. This looks like you want to not be in front of the boss during this, but it's actually here though. Many people think so, Craft. And I don't think that that is a terrible cook in any way, shape, or form. Do we reset, or do we just keep seeing this boss for a little bit? I just want to know. Let's keep seeing this boss, because I think that there's a bit of tank positioning where I have to either move the boss around the room or something like this. But you get in here. Oh, I mean, yeah, of course. You get 80% reduced DR from there, and then probably defensive. And then I soak this. Why is my... Does he get a DR? Oh my god, everybody's dead. Wait, whoa. First of all, what's up with the damage here? This doesn't seem right. Do we get a DR? We have to soak those. Well, this is an interesting fight. All right, we're learning something here. You also soak... I soak the running bears too? You have to block the red bears from getting to the NPC. Okay. That is not an obvious mechanic. No problem. All right. I'll do that with SI or something. Probably a stacking something, but let's see how many I can soak as a tank. Oh. Craft. If you could change one thing about Guardian going into the next season, what would you want? If you're somebody who found the current play style of basically spam Moonfire and get as many thrashes as you can to be dull, what do you want for Guardian moving forward? If you don't mind me asking. I am very curious to know what the percentage of bears are for this. 1 second, let me see. I bet you it's supposed to be a positioning thing. Echo of Nuller, slash near applying knocking the back slashes on. You have to probably move around the room. Demoralizing Scream. Increases damage taken by 10%. What? Okay, let's try it again. Give me 10 seconds for Incarn. I'm curious. Echoing Fury. Fury of the War God. Headbutts Zul'jara into a concussive shock, causing Echoing Fury. Okay, let's try. Let's reset the meters completely, actually, and then let's see what this looks like single target. We open with this. Here. Here. I'll do max single target rotation. For me, it's having to use basically all your buttons. So that means swipe, maul, everything for you, right? Yeah, maul not ever being a choice is certainly a little bit weird. Even right now, though, I'm not sure if it's a choice. Oh, we lost our healer. It looks like the range on that is not very strong. Let's see if we can get this here, though. The adjustments to talents may lead to changes in how Guardian Druids approach tanking. Could you try to explain that to me a little bit more, Sidrin? I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying here. Okay, so after this, there's a tank soak. There are 2 of these, and then there's the spirit dude here. And then the little echoing bears are going to run into him. So I have to soak them, the red bears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just like that? That's not that bad. That's it? Oh, okay. They don't stack. That doesn't look like it did any damage, in fact. But now we have to try to position this so that the fight doesn't scale out of control with all of the shades. Res the heat. We have no B-res, dude. I'm just seeing the fight. I think if that's the whole fight, though, it's not so bad. You just have to be careful about this. So if you're outside of the shield, then it's not very obvious where it is. I think they need to increase the melee hitbox of this boss. The melee hitbox is a problem. All right. Yeah, I understand it now as well. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not as bad as I initially thought it was. Almost no tank uses every part of their kit, just as a first explanation. I think that why people don't like Guardian, personally, Craft, is because it ignores certain tank mechanics. Impacting their defensive capabilities, you mean with the Lunation nerf? Because of our incarn uptime and because of how you don't just have to overlap Lunar Beam as much as you do currently, I have not found many defensive gaps. You'll have an extra 10 seconds every now and again, but you'll still have more coverage than any other tank. Like, I have more coverage than a Prop Pally or anything else still. I have not found it to be an issue. You just have to sometimes decide to hold Lunar Beam instead of send it always on cooldown. But it's in theory, you lose 50% of your Lunar Beam uptime, but also in practice, if you need it to live, you just have to game it a little bit more and make a small choice about it. Currently, though, Swipe is on my bars. I'm actually using Mangle and Thrash. And to be fair, I kind of agree with you, Craft. It's a little weird that I wasn't even pressing Mangle. That's a weird one. For Guardian Druid, super strange that the no Mangle thing was actually ever a consideration this season. I remember when the season started, I was playing no Apex, and I realized that you weren't supposed to Mangle, and I was torn to shreds because I mentioned that you probably just don't Mangle, and people were very unhappy with me. I don't know if you know the history of this. If you want a little history lesson, I enjoyed no Apex because it's the build that let me stream and talk to people, and I also just enjoy very chill tanking. It's just a preference for me. Oops, we overlapped immediately. That's not good. We have no B-res. We are dead. We must reset the boss. On my big opening burst, I had Combat Potion. I had Feral Frenzy. I was doing big numbers. Unfortunate. What happens if you don't soak? I think it's a healthy spot right now. I hope that they don't nerf it past this point because I believe that Guardian Druid should be a tank that people are cool to learn with. I don't think you should randomly change that. I don't think you should be like, well, actually, by the way, Guardian Druid is now super complicated, and if you're not willing to learn it like, you know, like a Blood DK, then you can't play it anymore. I don't know about that, for what it's worth. Do you know what I mean? I think that it's okay to have Guardian Druid be one of the better beginner tanks. I'm very okay with that, you know? Yo, what's up, Wobbly? Yeah, what's up, Wobbly? Here's the thing. If we want them to introduce new specs in World of Warcraft, I think that the only way we will ever get that is if they completely forget about balance. It would have to be some sort of classic WoW mentality of, we're going to put all this in because it would be really fun, like next expansion, Aug Evoker tank, Enhancement Shaman tank, Elementals are sweet, 3 more healers, 5 more DPS specs or whatever, there's zero chance they balance it. That would be the only, we would have to accept that it's just not going to be, you would have to somehow counter the meta pressure of WoW if you were going to do something like that. I kind of want them to, but I don't think they will. It would be sort of cool. Tanks need a revamp? I don't know if tanks need a revamp. I think that the way they design tank mechanics need a revamp. Also for raid, you gotta separate. If you're talking tanks, of course, Obli. Holy fuck, you have to separate raid and Mythic Plus. They are so different that actually for more than any other role, I think tanks and healers, right? Raiding versus keys are just fundamentally different beasts. I don't know how you are supposed to contend with or fix that. But oh my god, is it different to be tanking raid versus tanking keys? Like, they're so different, right? I think that would be very difficult for them to get right. I think this is going to be a not so intuitive boss. Once you figure it out, I think this is okay because this is a kind of like people will get it as you keep going in the season. It'll be frustrating, but I don't think this is the worst. As long as I can soak all of the red bears as a tank, I think I'm all right with it. It's a, you put circles out to the edge of the room. There's going to be a way to tank this where I'm supposed to. He does big angry thing. You get in front of him. That's it. I don't think it's crazy demanding. I just think that when you first walk in here, you're going to die because it's not super. I thought that was a deflecting shield, and I wanted to avoid being in front of the boss at that point. And then the red shade spawn. This is going to kill you for sure on the first try. I roar, and as long as I can just basically get all of these, I think it's okay. But I missed some, so we're dead. We have a B-res, though. And for everyone that I miss, we get a DPS sting increase. Yeah, so it's a good shield, but it kind of doesn't look like a good shield. So that visual, because they use the same barrier for reflecting things. Anytime a mob reflects something at you, they use the same barrier. This is the same animation. It's not consistent. And the other problem is that the melee hitbox, if he's like standing right here where he is, then he's dead. We have a BRS for this. So now the question is, how does this fight scale over time? Because do we get double the amount of shades now? You just have to make sure you're actually behind, but I noticed that if I'm standing too far behind, my maul doesn't actually connect. So Mistweaver, for example, has to be able to connect with the boss. I think I made a video the other day, Obli, if you're interested in it. After making content for a long time, I have a really good... Oh my god, there's so many red bears. Okay, so this fight scales out of control. He just... Okay, so that's a good question. By the end of it, does it reset? Because you can't have it infinitely scaling amounts of bears that are just going to fly at this, right? All right, let's see how this goes toward the end of the fight. I made a video with my thoughts on how and why people actually don't tank in WoW, and also how they fix it. I'm quite confident in that video. I actually think that it would solve the tank shortage if they could somehow get it right. I don't know why they're so resistant to doing it, though. They have this weird thing where, for some reason, they really believe that the right way to design challenges in Mythic Plus is to just add Tank Buster. They do this all the time. They're just like, Tank Buster again, more Tank Buster. Bring back dungeon, must have Tank Buster. Why? I genuinely feel as though if they just sort of made it so that tanks, if you're a really good tank, you're kind of bored. I actually think it would be better because that means the average tank wouldn't die as much. Is there a perfect solution? No. There is no perfect solution. No matter how you decide to do this, someone is going to be unhappy. But I do think that the right mentality is you got to have on, then off, and you have to make it obvious what's happening so that people can progress without needing an external source of information. Okay, once I figured that out, it wasn't that bad. I actually think that last boss is kind of okay. Not obvious, but I did learn the mechanic. I don't know if I would have learned if people didn't tell me on stream, though, to be fair. I think you could maybe tank it on the side. Yeah. That might be what I'm supposed to do here, Asphyxia. Yeah, one phase for the bears. That doesn't seem like the end of the world, to be fair. Once I get Apex, I don't know how much this trinket is doing. 6%? And I'm not playing... The other trinket I'm playing is just a cat. I don't know what this is. I just put it on. It's a passive proc. I don't even know if it's good at this point. This doesn't feel... Single target-wise, that's not bad. I don't think that's bad at all. This was a leveling. It was a leveling too. I mean, I did it as a follower dungeon. They made you do it as a following dungeon, and I was broken from that. Do you run the 2-piece for the trinket? I don't have the weapon. I know. I'm not running the 2-piece for it. I don't think the weapon is on the PTR vendor from the last boss of raid. No, I was testing this. I have to check logs after this. I am using the helmet, the Venom Cursed helmet, and I'm using the ring, or the neck piece. But keep in mind, I am not playing with ring enchants. I'm not playing with, I don't like doing the PTR testing where I go Omega Giga Crazy Biss. I'm not really trying to do that. So technically, if I wanted to set like big parses, I would go enchant my rings, and then I would put, thank you, Nevi. Hi, Nevi. And then I would put, I'm technically using embellishments. They scale. So I actually do have 2 crafted embellishments, but I'm not trying to socket everything and level my gem crafting, etc. The weapon would be the other proc that I'm not using because I don't even know if it's on the vendor. The agility polearm was not put on here, I'm pretty sure. No, you have to level your... It's always the same on every PTR beta cycle, Zeralian. You level your jewel crafting to make gems on PTR and beta. People do that, though. It's not hard. There's a vendor. Do you know how to do it? I can show you real quick. It's really easy. You just have to go to the vendors, and you have an item that you basically just get max jewel crafting points, and you just have to make it yourself. I actually wouldn't be surprised if I just have it. No, not this PTR. One of my characters has it for sure. Yeah. It wouldn't take much for them to add the gems to a vendor. It's true, actually. But I think from this point, because I'm starting to get more number value things, I could actually just go enchant my rings and stuff. I would imagine that me not having a primary stat gem plus not having enchanted rings is give or take the same as me not playing with these 2 Venom Cursed items. It would be around the same. Otherwise, for single target tank damage, given the fact that I still have Mark of the Wild, I would not say 80k single target is not bad. Yeah, you want to learn some PT stuff? That's fine, Spec. Let's do it. Let's go downstairs real quick. That's absolutely fine. We can keep talking Guardian Druid, too. I don't know how long I'm streaming for. I had to sleep. Appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for coming, Guitar. Probably like 2%. Gems are not that crazy. I know that fundamentally I have a bit of a weird perspective on this, but I just don't really believe in that. Would you want to walk to... Oh, maybe. There's a pond with fishies? It's cute. Yeah, you guys want to learn how to fix low back pain? You want to learn how to fix low back pain? Have you struggled with low back pain? I can probably fix it for you. 2 things, though. 1, I'm just going to go set this up downstairs, so I'm going to run an ad real quick. Summon just blinks. Be right back. Great. Watch this. I'm already stretching. Let's go. Hi, what's up? Hi, hot. Okay, observe the technology. Observe the technology. I have also remembered to actually go to the bathroom before I just hook you up to a microphone that's on my shirt, so that's nice. Oh, that's okay. I am more testing playstyle and values of stuff. I can give or take tell because you also won't have a lot of the things that we have on PTR. You're not going to have your 4 set immediately on season, et cetera, et cetera. But here, anyways. I don't know. Can I say talking? All right, here. Let's just, I have to apparently change categories, and I have no idea how long we'll be down here today. Here. Voila. Observe. I remembered how to do this myself. I guess I can stream this on YouTube, but keep in mind that if I'm on YouTube for this, I can't read your comment on YouTube. That's the one thing. So just come over here. But this is what I do for work. So y'all are getting a little glimpse into my actual job. Come. No, I don't know. I'm not feeling too well today. Here. Yeah. If I were to somehow sum up all of the information that I've ever learned from fitness, and I could figure out a way to put it in one video, that video would be worth over $100,000. If you were to equate value in that way, that's how much it'd be worth. And there are so many things about health that are not understood well. They should be. There should be public information, but people are wild with it. All right, let me see if this works. This should. I've got this figured out now. My microphone is on. Watch this. Bam. We just go like so. We opens this little app, and then we hit this. Oh my God, the cat. No, he woke up. Fuck. I don't like to use Bluetooth for new connections. Wait, what? I don't think this needs to be active here. I heard the cat. This is going to be, he could be problematic. He's so loud. He heard me exit the door and now he wants to play. Why are they so cute but such menaces? All right, cool. TH, you're here for this in case I need a mod? Fantastic. Everybody should be able to hear me. Yeah, you should be able to hear me and see me now. I'm going to take you downstairs so I can actually move around. Cool, done. Excellent. Buddy, no. Stop yelling. No, buddy. Somebody say hi. I can't see anything right now. Wait, is this working? Somebody say hi. Oh, yes, we do. Good. Buddy, no. Just because you heard me come out once doesn't mean that I'm immediately going to give you a bunch of treats. God damn it. Yes, I know you're so cute. Come here. I know. But why you scream so much? But you scream so much? You can just ask for attention politely. You don't have to do this. You don't have to be like this. Hi, other cat. Just be weird. Just be normal. Be normal for the people. Just be normal. Thank you, buddy. Okay. I'm looking at the background quick. I don't think I actually planned to stream down here today. No problem. Cleaning up like 2 things. Good. Good. Cool. Buddy, trying to have a conversation. Cat's surprisingly quiet and not for long. Okay. Let's see where I could best explain some stuff. Here, this is some natural lighting. If I put you down here like this, you should be able to see my whole body. And then I will explain some physical concepts to you that should just be explained anyways. I need to bring that upstairs. Hi, buddy. Cool. Can you see me here? Like this? Right in front of the staircase? Cool. Move these boxes out of the way. All right. Shh. You cannot be screaming if I'm going to be teaching the people stuff. If I'm going to be teaching the people stuff, you cannot be screaming, buddy. That's not how it works. It's not dinner time. You're not hungry. You have had so much food today. Look at I can see your belly. Look, it's not, don't start purring. That's not, no. Don't start purring. Insatiable cat, I tell you. Okay, look at my hip, look at my body. Smooth, are you here? You asked me about a leg thing the other day. I wanted to show you that too. Okay, listen. I don't know if Smooth is here. Just blinks. This is how your low back works. My whole body works together. Can you see my foot? I'll see if the cat's, if I can even move here. I'm just going to show you something real quick. If my right foot and my ankle, if I have a flat foot, you know what a flat foot is? Like you wear insoles or something like this? Look at my foot. If my foot is flat, then it changes the position of my ankle by ever so slightly. See this here? Okay, look at the screen. You see this versus that. That's it. That's the only difference. Can you see that? One of them is basically just a ankle that goes in. No need to use fancy terms. One of them is a fair arch. Okay, cool. Now, if my ankle falls in just a little bit, like I have flat feet, then it changes my knee. Look at upstream now. So look at my foot, and all I'm doing is my knee goes slightly more in. Can you see that? So watch this. My ankle falls in a little bit. Now my knee is facing this way instead of that way, right? Okay. So sometimes if my knee is facing here, there's no problem. I'm not going to have pain from this. This is fine. But if I walk 10,000 steps, and I'm going to exaggerate this here a little bit, and both of my feet are in like this because I have very flat ankles, and I'm going to exaggerate it so you can see, and I were to walk 10,000 steps like this, I cannot walk properly. So I'm going to kind of hobble around a bit. And if I hobble around like this, do you think I'm going to end up feeling a little bit stiff, a little bit, maybe like I'll have some pain potentially? Just because I'm just showing you one thing. This would make sense, right? If I couldn't really move my leg and I was kind of just walking like a duck, where would I feel that pain? Definitely. Where? Where do I feel the pain? So that right there is the point of why this matters. And this is not medical advice. I have to disclaim that because I'm on Twitch. It's not supposed to be medical advice. But the main thing to understand is that all I did was change the position of your foot by this much. The whole body works together. If I walk like this, I'm not actually going to walk like that because this looks super weird. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to pull myself forward. So now I can walk normally. Except that I'm actually lifting my leg from my hip. And I am lacking something called hip flexion. So instead of walking normally, because my ankles are like this, I can wear insoles. And the insoles are going to basically take it so that my feet are not in pain anymore. But I haven't actually solved the downstream consequence, so my knees are still going to be in a little bit. And if my knees are in like this, that means that my hips now have to compensate. My pelvis is responsible for stabilizing me as I walk. And the only thing that you really need to know is that sometimes when you have pain, the problem is almost never right where the pain is. Because if, for example, you told me that you had tennis elbow or you had like a lot of problem right here, I really wouldn't look at your elbow unless you've had something very specifically, an injury. If you fell on your elbow, if you had a real problem with your elbow, that could be a problem. But almost certainly, this joint is responding to something else. Feel like your stairs are missing the banister? Yeah, I worry about that too sometimes. Telling me I could train myself to not have the flat feet thingy? Yeah, yes you can. There are muscles in your foot just like your hand. Look at my hands. So I have, look at my hands. You see all the muscles? If I move my finger, you see how these are muscles that are moving here? You can do the same thing with your foot. Look at my foot. If I, yeah, there's so many muscles in your foot here, and you can train all of them. You have to figure out which muscle. There's actually so many different muscles here, you have to figure out which ones. But absolutely, insoles are a very strange thing that we've all just accepted, because if you wear insoles and they really help you, fantastic. So glad that you have found them, because a lot of people find incredible levels of relief from wearing insoles into their shoes. The issue is that it's not that different than wearing a shoulder sling. Like if you had shoulder stability problems and your arm was hurting you, and I was like, just wear a sling. It's a very strange thing. How long are you wearing? You would say, how long? If you go to a doctor and you're like, my shoulder, man, it's just not quite right. I can't move it well. And they say, no problem. We're just going to put you in a sling. Or we'll give you a cast. You say, how long? But nobody says that with insoles. You're like, okay, so I guess this is just my life now. Very strange thing to accept that you just wear insoles for the rest of your life. If they help you a lot, you should really take a look at how you can develop that naturally. And it will most likely make a bunch of consequences upstream on your body as well, because we're just getting started. Just blinks. You ready? You asked me about low back pain. If my foot is in and my knee is in, like this, my hip is going to compensate, because I'm not going to walk like this. You have to understand that you are aware of what other people are looking at you and viewing you. So you're not actually going to do this. You have to compensate this. So you're going to basically take your hips and you're going to screw them underneath you. You're going to try to accept the fact that your hip is tight. So now I've found myself in a position where my pelvis is a little bit rotated here. This is what we all know as anterior pelvic tilt, which is kind of a lie. So that's going to happen there. This happens here. And then I'm going to correct this by pulling with my ribs. So now what happens is my upper body is going to compensate by pulling this back, because I don't want to walk around hobbled like this. So if you have bad posture, you're going to basically open up and pull from all these other structures. And now I look normal, right? This doesn't look bad at all. Visually, if you look at the camera, except for the fact that I am holding myself together right now. And I am using muscles that are not meant to be stabilizing 24/7. So this is going to be painful. As I'm here, I'm really like, I'm going to make it exaggerated, and I'm going to tense, and I'm holding myself together. But the muscles that I'm using are not the right musculature. So for a week, you're fine. For a month, no problem. But months and months of this, these little muscles, like your neck muscle up here, your trap, your this, your hip, your low back, you're just going to start to feel some irritation. Because if I were to jump, again, using this example, look at me, if I jump like this, oh, that's a microphone, sorry, I'm gonna try to stabilize the mic as I do this. But if I were to jump a bunch of times without bending my knees, am I fit enough to handle that? Yes, I am. So is that gonna cause me a lot of pain? Not necessarily, but if I do that 100 times, will it cause me a lot of pain? You can hear it. I'm shaking the whole house. I'm not absorbing the force. 100 of those, my knee starts to hurt a little bit. So what's happening for you, most likely, is that this is responding to a situation, and your hips are not doing their job. You should be able to, and a good test for this is if you look in the mirror, you should be able to move your hips without moving your upper spine. Should be able to get motion of your hips. This is educational. I'm helping you from here. And if you can't do this, you need to look at why. If you have tightness, that is your body trying to compensate for a different system. And your low back is just a whole ball of fascia. You know people who basically have just permanently tight necks? Like these muscles in here are just super fucking tight all the time, and they'll go get a massage. Like, just put your elbow in there, man. Just get rid of it. Got a knot up here. Can't do anything about it. And then you get a massage or something like this. It'll be fine for 5 minutes, and then it just comes back. If you look at a skeleton, this isn't a bone. It's not like something is sticking out where it should. Very rarely is that the problem. What actually is the problem is that this is a fascial system. Okay? Yeah. And fascial systems in the human body seem to respond very highly to stress and adaptation. Some people have their shoulder. It's always their shoulder. Other people have their stomach, because this is also a bunch of connective tissue and bundles of nerves and all this stuff that runs through here. Other people are like, oh, my back is just playing up when they're stressed. Some people, it's actually their foot. on my knee. Everybody's got something, and it's pretty varied and individual why it's your issue. But basically, you have to restore motion. Your body doesn't want to be in pain, but it also doesn't want to look gangly and awkward. So if you consider the fact that everyone else is staring at you pretty much all the time and judging how you walk, you won't want to look weird. Yeah. Almost no one is in posterior pelvic tilt, Wiz. Almost no one. The vast majority of people don't have access to their pelvic stabilization whatsoever. And to be a lecturer, this is just straight up information that you should have, because a lot of times, Nighthawk, I mean, you would know this just being in the shadow forces. You learn this. It's one of the first things they teach you, of course, is how to be strong, right? And like real strength comes from doing the things that other people can't do. Didn't you learn that? It's like lesson 73 of the Shadow Force, and there's 374 lessons. So it's 73 of the Shadow Force. It's just you have to be able to do the things that other people can't and won't do. And if you do the things that other people can't and won't do, then all of a sudden you'll have the result that other people can't have. You see what I mean? So anyways, when it comes to your body and compensation, you should be able to move freely without pain. This is not supposed to be hard. So many people focus on building muscles and they don't focus on moving. But just blinks. Let me explain something. Your back, all these muscles in here, they're just responding to your hip. You can test this in a bunch of ways. Obviously, I would have to actually see you to say what's definitely happening. But you could try one exercise and see if it makes a difference. You can also see if you can balance on one leg properly. Stabilizing. But if I had to wager a guess, first thing I would look at is the gluteus medius, if you wanted to look that up. You can ask Claude how to work that out, although Claude will give you weird examples. Just blinks if you wanted to try something. You can attempt to figure out one of 3 exercises that will activate it. Once you get a bunch of blood flow through that, it should make a pretty significant difference in your hips, almost certainly. Any advice for bicep tendonitis? Is it bicep tendonitis or is it a rotator cuff issue? You're welcome, streamer. So much of the stuff that I have learned should just be free information. Bicep tendonitis, you have to identify this correctly, Wiz, is the connecting tissue, the connecting tendon right in here. And tendonitis is a very real thing. But the problem is that right next to this, if you just go up 1 finger, is the front part of the rotator cuff. Infraspinatus, supraspinatus, or supraspinatus if you'd like. Basically, make sure that when you are identifying that it is bicep tendonitis, that it is actually that instead of a shoulder issue, because it changes how you would approach it. But if you have bicep tendonitis, I would look at your scapula. You know what that is, Wiz? If it's true bicep tendonitis, I would just look at, obviously, overuse first thing, but the second thing I would look at is shoulder mechanics. Because a lot of people develop tendonitis when they're over-relying on a system that isn't moving and stabilizing properly. Yeah, so if you, for example, are doing a bunch of bicep curls and you have bicep pain, but your shoulder is stuck, so your bicep curls are actually from that position, you might stress something out, but this is not the problem. Very rarely is this type of thing the problem. And I actually just need to get you to not lock your shoulder. The patting the shoulders down, packing the shoulders doesn't tend to help that much. But I actually need you to get you to go overhead and make sure that this is gliding properly. So I would look at serratus anterior and scapular mechanics, making sure that you have a proper glide and that your rib cage isn't tight. That would almost certainly fix this. So if you've had an injury to it, obviously, first thing, stop using it. And overuse could be an issue, but I don't know. Do you feel like you've, not yet. Wait for the MRI first, make sure there's no tear. Confirm with MRI first. But then one thing you want to understand is, why did this tendon get maxed out? Did you do something that you weren't supposed to? Obvious answers first. Did you lift too heavy? Were you at the gym trying to Was there a very attractive person at the gym, Wiz, and you were like, oh, heavyweight, oh, and then you just tore something? Was it like an immediate injury? Was it acute? Did it happen over time? You gotta give me more information than that. But general thought process is if this problem, something in the chain is not stabilizing correctly, because unless you are lifting too heavy and ego lifting or just being really stupid, which from what I know about you, you wouldn't be, I doubt it. I watched stream, you put your leggings on. Normally, that's an elbow problem, you know what I mean? Because basically, this motion of your arm here, that shouldn't be bicep tendonitis unless you're really weak. So you could try using the other arm for now, Wiz, because I don't want to deprive you of pleasure. You don't want to rip dopamine away from people. It's dangerous. Yeah, any other questions? Just blinks. I can't give you a full solution because so much of fitness is individual. There's an 80% chance that understanding how to engage your hip will solve all your low back pain. But there's also a 20% chance that it is not, because your low back is not the only thing that compensates. A lot of people have one shoulder that's higher than the other like this, but this is not a shoulder problem. If you walk around in this way and you're basically like the hunchback of Notre Dame, then this is not a shoulder problem, because you will almost never, you will never walk like this because somebody's going to look at you. And so what you're going to do is you're going to pull this down. And when you try to force this down, it raises the other side because we work in diagonal patterns. So we're going to go like this. And then again, I'm going to try to stabilize that by puffing out my chest. And then I'm going to flare my rib cage. So watch this. If this is high here, I'm going to push this down first of all. Then I'm going to go and get this motion from my rib cage. And when I do that, my hips flare out, and the problem is still mostly my ankle or my hip. Got a right in the shoulder from old injury. That might be the reason. I have no clue. I try to be super clean with every movement. Did it happen overuse? Was it an overuse, like overtime injury, Wiz, or what caused it? Like, did you just wake up one day and you were like, man, I gotta get this checked out? Or was it this has been aggravating me for a while, I didn't take care of it properly, and now it's a problem? And you said arthritis in the shoulder. Describe that for me. From an old injury. What was the old injury? Either way, when it comes to PT stuff, two big concepts. One, you're not supposed to be in pain. Movement is not painful. It's not supposed to be, at least. Two, don't get a cat. Don't do it. Don't get a cat. It's a bait. It's a giant bait. Don't do it. Rotator cuff broken off a little bit and had surgery. When you say rotator cuff broken off, rotator cuff was a partial tear and had surgery on it. A full tear, what was the actual injury? You don't break your rotator cuff. And it got bad quick. Don't get a cat. It's a bad idea. Don't do it. No, don't do it. Like super round on the top part and then weird on the button part. You mean your acromion AC joint, Wiz? Rotator cuff is MRI. I mean, like this part of your shoulder right here. This part. Yeah. Okay. That makes way more sense. I was like, what? Okay. When it comes to structures of the human body, especially something like this, there's a weird medical consensus where people talk about how if you have a jagged acromion, you know, a movement like a lateral raise is going to be irritating your bicep tendon. As just as an example. This is kind of old school medical literature because many people have unique, ever so slightly structures that change person to person. your body adapts. And yeah, okay, so if that is what they're telling you, that's old school medical knowledge, because many people have structures that are jagged and have absolutely no pain, because that's a weird, we get this mindset of, well, if this is sharp and broken off, every time I move my arm, it's pinching. That's actually just not how it works. Your shoulder joint is not attached to your butt. Your shoulder joint is to the side like this. This is your shoulder. This is your torso. This is shoulder and torso. They don't glide on top. They're not doing this like all the time. It's the same thing where people talk about like hip impingement as well. We can see here that there's irritation because there's the gap between your femur and your hip is ever so slightly different than the traditional area of it. It's very 20 years ago, because so many people have that whiz, and yet 90% of the people who have that exact structure have zero pain and zero symptoms. It's an explanation that doesn't quite line up with the actual symptom. Does that make sense? It's the same statistic, it's the same thought process as why so many people have noticeable spinal degeneration if you put them in an MRI, but have no pain or symptoms from it. Because bulging disc does not equal pain and does not equal dysfunction. But if you tell somebody that it does, it absolutely does. But just remember, so like if you were to come to me and I was a doctor and I was to do an x-ray on you and I was to notice, well, I'm trying to come up with a problem. You're coming to me and you're saying, I've got this pain. I don't know why I've got this pain. Doc, please fix me. And the doc says, oof, all right, let's rule everything out. We're gonna give you the x-ray, the MRI, you've got funds and healthcare, great. Let's cover it by insurance. Let's just run you through all the tests. Remember, they make a lot of money from this and that's their job. They have to rule out the worst case scenario also so that you don't sue them for medical malpractice. So they're gonna say, actually, let's just get you a CAT scan too. You can pay for that, great. And also, we might as well, Wiz, you're like not 20, let's get you some blood work too. You say, well, actually, once we get the full workup, then I'll get the results back. I'll look at your chart for 5 minutes, ask you a question about whether you're drinking enough water, and send you to a specialist. It's a little bit of a weird system. It helps a lot of people, but for what it is worth, yeah, okay, so here's the thing. Okay. This breakdown of the body does not give you the whole picture of what's going on. It can help a lot of people. The person that you're after is a PT, but if the PT was schooled 20 years ago plus, they wouldn't have, and they don't actually have a lot of passion for what they're doing, there's no reason that they would study a modern textbook. There's just no reason they would keep up with literature. Why would they? They've already got their degree, they've already got a job, and they're depressed. So they get home and overdrink a bottle of whiskey or rely on prescription medication that they got from their doctor friend. I don't know. Like, I'm just giving you some generalizations, but I don't know how old you actually are. Almost certainly, you're fine. And whatever the problem is can be fixed. It is not a death sentence at all. You don't have like this bone that needs to be shaved down and get surgery. Don't do that. Unless, I mean, there's got to be a very specific reason for you to go under the knife. If you're going to get surgery on a joint, you have to have a very clear reason why you're doing that and make sure you've exhausted all other opportunities first. Yeah, be very careful about that. Going to a modern PT in 6 hours? Yeah, just ask them about it. There's the chances that your acromion is jagged and that's what's causing a problem is extremely low. So I guess it's not unheard of, but it's extremely low. Just get him to look at your scapular mechanic on that side. I would check that. I would check the function of your low traps. I would look at serratus and low traps for you. Traps, 3 parts, upper, middle, lower. I would look at lower. I would make you do something like a Y raise on both arms and test your stability. So put you on a table, Wiz. Yeah, table. Here, arm up, above the head. I would push down on your arm, and if your right arm can stabilize here, but your left arm cannot, that's a red flag. Is Cookie's tail broken? No, he's just like this. This is what he does. What's up, Equinox? No, he just does this. He just, whatever. His tail's not broken. My scapula for the shoulder looks weird when I exercise. You might be honest. Ask him about it. I'm extremely good at my job. I'm very good at being a PT, actually. Because I think that I'm good at it for two reasons. Number one is I like science, and I like learning things from that perspective, but I am super willing to think outside the box. I am very willing to just be like, all right, what's your individual story? Tell me about it. Give me your lifestyle. Because I want to ask you more questions. If I want to actually help you and work with you, I will get you real. I'm like 100% on this. I'm very, very, very extremely result driven. I don't give a shit that you pay me an individual session price. You work with me, you get better, end of story. And however long that takes is how long it takes. Normally it's pretty fast, depending on what the problem is. Sometimes there's an overall thing, takes a few months, that's fine. Cool question. Do you upload your VODs, right? I'll have to rewatch a few things. I was called into a meeting. Not always. It depends. What's up, Equinox? Equinox, you ever have to go to a PT before? Or work on anything like that? I guess this is live to YouTube. You probably watch it on YouTube. But just blinks. For you, look at your ankle. Make sure your ankle's fine. Make sure you don't have any sort of weird flat foot stuff. And then next thing is I would have to actually walk you through it. It's not so easy to just talk you through it on stream of how to understand the hip mechanic. But I would imagine, if I had to guess, and this is a guess, it is not an accurate diagnostic tool because I cannot see you. You are a name for me on a screen, and you have given me 3 lines of a symptom. I would need 3 paragraphs or 3 pages to actually understand what's going on, and I would need to see you. But the idea is probably right here. 2 things. 1, right here, glute medius, this part of your hip, right in there. 2nd thing, ankle. First 2 things I would look at. Come here, buddy. Want to say hi? I have 2 cats, Aluso. One of the cats, she is, I don't want to bad talk her because she's super cute. She's super, super, super cute. But she's also very angry. She's an angry old lady. So she always wants to be near you, but she doesn't like to be touched. I cannot really show you her. She'll just walk in the background a little bit. And then there's him. He's just a lovable, he just wants cuddles and attention all the time. Yeah. One of these might be due to your surgery on your knee. When did you have surgery? And what surgery was it? Just blinks. This is why I need information. I remember the first time I met Kitty, we were on a walk, and I was telling her about, I hadn't seen her in like 6 years. So I was telling her about all of the advanced PT stuff. Because when I first met her, I was working as a trainer and a model at the time, but my training was very aesthetically based. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. But the idea was, I was all about, hey, you gotta, if you want to sculpt out your physique, like this is how you do it. I was very, very big into this. It's modeling, and I was getting paid to basically take out my shirt and at live events. So I was all about making sure I had the most ripped 6-pack and abs and blah, 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 blah. And focusing on getting more striations and this and ripple or whatever. That was back in the day. And I had a very different mentality about fitness. This was 8-9 years ago at this point. So when I caught up with her after many, many years, I was telling her about the newfound knowledge that I had about basically how to help people heal. And she goes, am I walking weird? And I was like, okay, walk, let me see. Let's do some gait analysis, as it is called. And I was like, yeah, actually, you are walking a little weird. And she was like, why would that be? And I was like, well, based on a few things that I can see, I would want to look at like your hip stability and your this and your that. And she let me go off for like 3 hours. We just talked. And then at the end, she was like, I have a broken toe. And I was like, there you go. I forgot to ask the most basic questions. Sometimes we can get so caught up in the stuff that occasionally it is just, she had a broken toe. It was healing. That's why she was walking weird. I wouldn't have caught that because I didn't look at her toe, So yeah, it's good to rule those things out. You had a meniscus surgery. Some slime was removed. Anytime you have surgery on your knee, I would definitely want to make sure that your did you go to a PT afterward? They sent you to a PT, yeah? Did they rehabilitate properly? Or ever since then have you had a problem? Because post-surgery, like not everything does it. You're supposed to. Because when you have surgery on your knee, one of the weird things that happens is occasionally your body does a weird thing where in order to protect this, okay, so in order to protect your knee, if you've had like an ACL surgery or anything like that, your quad shuts off. Like the nerves that actually connect through here just shut off because they don't want to basically pull on the structure if it's super unstable. And so post-surgery, you need to reconnect all of this. And occasionally we have weird neurological things where this connects weird. And so basically like, as you are walking, I'm going to derive some of the stability from locking my leg up a little bit too much or something like this. Knee irritation, I would still very much, especially if you had a meniscus problem. Was it an acute injury, as in did it happen suddenly or did it happen over time? I think I might be able to help you with your knee, probably. What? Tell me about your knee, Aluso. I don't know. I'm just talking right now. It's 5:15. I'll grab some milk and hydration soon. This helps distract me because I feel bad. After a beach volleyball match. So if you're able to play beach volleyball, you're pretty functional because beach volleyball has all sorts of factors that require an absolute metric ton of stabilization. You're on sand, probably barefoot, maybe shoes. And then you are stabilizing in every plane of motion simultaneously. Because you're not, when you're playing volleyball, you're not walking forward. You're dynamically moving in ways, and you're doing all sorts of weird things with your legs. You wear insoles? Yeah, I was throwing yourself like a warrior with a leap and then it happened. She's so angry. She's so angry all the time. But she has to be near you. Very cute cat. Suffered a complete patella dislocation with hyperextension of ACL and MCL when? Swells from time to time and locks up during the cold months. Aluso, when was this and how did it happen? So Justin, that changes, or Mr. Sorry, just blinks. That changes the dynamic a little bit. If there was an acute injury, as in you were playing beach volleyball, you leapt like a warrior, and then all of a sudden, acute injury, localized injury has a different response with the brain. Whereas something like what Wiz was talking about with his bicep tendonitis is something that happens over time. The biggest thing to understand is that although we have local structures in the body, about 10 years ago was a national wrestling tournament, and still X up Aluso. Okay, so two big things to look at. Number one, 10 years, long period of time. When an injury happens in the body, where does the healing take place? We have this association as though our body is completely separate from our brain. Like this exists. Like if I'm just not there, my arm is all the way over here. But these are constantly talking to each other, okay? These are in constant communication. And I have to be able to send signals to heal. So it's one of the considerations to make that's complicated and nuanced. And we do not fully understand exactly how much of our signaling is just straight up electrical and chemical. What I mean by this is when ice baths were all the rage, there were a few studies that were done, and I still don't think we understand the extent of it, where it was used in professional combat sports to keep people at weight. Because if you train, you will build strength, but you will not build hypertrophy. It significantly blunts the hypertrophic response. You will not get as big if you take an ice bath directly after a training session. Very interesting. Why? Is it because ice, again, there are some scientists who will look at what ice does in the local infrastructure of our arm as an example. But it probably has more to do with how the brain is communicating with that and how it's processing the inflammation that occurs. Inflammation, not bad, inflammation, bodily process. So, Aluso, 10 years ago, you had a very critical injury to your knee. This structure, 10 years, has healed 100%. 10 years, long time, very long time. There is zero lingering injury. I promise you. It's impossible. Now, whether or not there is a secondary effect to this, that's a consideration. But the actual initial injury, 10 years, body would not keep an injury that long. So that's not what's happening. But what might have happened is when you have a serious injury like this, the brain attempts to protect itself. Think about it very logically. Let me get him because I can't handle him yelling and talk to you at the same time with how I feel today. Hi, buddy. All right. Imagine that you You married, Aluso? Tell me that first. You married? Yes. Okay, great. So imagine that your wife, guessing. Imagine that your wife tomorrow asks you, she says, Aluso, I'm looking very nice today. Wait a second, I'm not supposed to talk about your wife like that. Basically, she wants you to go hammer something. So you walk on a ladder and you're gonna hammer something into the wall for her. Then you fall. Uh-oh. Okay. So if you've fallen off a ladder at any point in your life, you sprain a muscle. You just pull something. You tugged on something, you don't like it, your back hurts. You go, oof. Oh boy, 10 years ago I had an injury. This could be bad. I'm just gonna go get it checked out. I think everything's okay, but it does hurt a little bit. But everything ends up being fine. And it's a pretty nasty bruise. Luckily, you're fine. Great. Everything's all right. 6 months later, everything's healed at this point. And your wife asks you, hey, can you hammer something on the ladder? What's your initial response? First thing that comes to your mind. Absolutely not. Then you have to check that impulse and you say, it's just a ladder. I got this. I've been on a ladder before. It's no problem. But the last time I was on a ladder, it really freaked me out. So the next time I go on a ladder, I'm actually a little scared about this, I'm not gonna lie, but it's just a ladder. And you say, come on, I'm gonna be fine. Right, yeah, you're right, but you have to convince yourself because you're like, I got this. I've 100% I got this. So you start walking up the ladder, you take one step. What happens to your body? You take one step up the rung of the ladder. What do you think happens to your body? Every muscle goes like this. Why? You've been on a ladder before. It's no problem. You fell once. But our brain is going to try to protect us. You had a knee injury 10 years ago. Your brain is trying to protect your knee. And it's locking up certain structures and causing residual harm, although it is trying to help you. Most likely, that's why your knee hurts. Identifying what structures in that chain are off is the goal, and then getting you to move through them and develop a better relationship with those systems would almost certainly solve your pain. But you would need to rule out the chance that there is still physical damage, which would be secondary, not related to the initial injury, 10 years, long time. But the main thing is that I would want to look at what system has been compensating for your knee, because something is locked up, you're scared. Not psychologically, but biologically. Your body is built to learn from experience. And that experience sounds like it was very traumatic. very hefty, and really altered the course of your life a little bit. So clearly your brain has developed some system that just goes, when you register that input, freeze. I have TMJ for your fucked up neck and posture. Your TMJ disc, what's your experience with TMJ? TMJ is a weird one, especially because you mentioned some C spine stuff earlier, Grind Squad. I couldn't really help you with TMJ, but what I would look at with TMJ is just how much tension you carry and any autoimmune condition, because a lot of people who have TMJ issues, we treat it like, again, it's just your jaw that has some weird thing. And if I look at your jaw, I'm going to find all sorts of weird tension and probably some irritation, and maybe it's a little bit off here, a little bit off there, but I can promise you that people have way weirder jaws than you and have no pain whatsoever. So I would look at what's causing your body to go and create so much pressure up here. The neck is responding to something. It almost certainly isn't the problem. Not medical, none of this is medical diagnostic. I have to clarify that so I don't get whatever trouble. But the idea is I would look at, not here, I would probably look at just general bodily function for you. I would just see how your ankle's moving, your hips moving. I just do a general assessment. Even though it doesn't sound like it would solve TMJ, this structure, your whole neck and your head sit on top of your body. I don't think so, because many people have, it could be, but Grind Squad, statistically, a lot of people have C2 to C6. That's not the most uncommon, it's not rare. Most people don't have any pain. But when you sit, right? Myself pressure on the jaw. So when you sit, if I MRI your neck and you're sitting like this, I'm going to notice some things. But this is not a neck problem. That's what I'm saying. Because if I'm sitting like this and I'm playing World of Warcraft and I'm like this all day, and I go, where's the pain? First of all, if I'm sitting like, look at my posture right now, and I'm sitting like this, where do you think I would tell you I have pain? Think about it. I'm gonna be like, doc, I've got this chronic neck problem. And the doc will go, that makes sense. Let's take a look at your neck. I am tired. I feel terrible today, but there's nothing I can do about it. And the doc will say, oh man, let's get you an MRI. What do you think they're gonna find if I've been sitting like this all the time? I'm exaggerating it, but what do you think they'll find? Why did my neck end up in that position? They don't ask that question. Very few doctors follow up to that degree, and they say, but why did we end up here? I would definitely look at whether or not your bodily mechanics are causing you to have and develop eventual cervical lordosis. But this happens over time. That exercise does jack shit. If that is the posture I've ended up in, just training this and doing these types of physical therapy exercises don't help. Very rarely. I mean, maybe activating some blood flow here just gives you some relief, but it's not going to solve a structural problem of your neck. I couldn't tell you what to do, because if there is a genuine cervical spine issue, I cannot instruct you on how to move with that. I do not know how bad it is. I'm just saying that this is why I can't make videos about this, because there's a general structure, and the people I work with, almost all don't fall in this general statistic. You can learn the general statistic and realize this person over here doesn't fall into that. So it doesn't help. It's a significant issue with this entire conversation. Is I could say just blinks. If I see 100 people with low back pain, 90% this is gonna help. You could be one of the 10 that it does not. That's normally who my clients are. Yes, so your deep cervical neck flexors, it's like saying, it's the most obvious go-to thing. Do you need to strengthen them? Probably. But why? That's the one thing, Grind Squad. Of course you need to strengthen. Pretty much everybody needs to strengthen their cervical neck flexors. Your deep neck muscles, as they would say. Buddy, trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to talk to the people. But I would imagine that the thing that probably gets you the most relief is actually just giving your neck something to balance on. You feel better now that you're getting attention? Are you mad that I'm down here, but I'm not actually hanging out with you? That's what happens. I think he's just mad because I come down here and I talk to you guys, but I'm not actually giving him attention because he hates that. He's like, why? I am the center of attention. I don't know what you're doing here. But the fact that I am not immediately being cuddled and played with is terrible. Look, grind squad. Look at my body. You tell me. This might break if I change the camera too much. Yeah? Don't do that. Every time I go to just chatting, I get this weird bot thing. Wiz, get him. Look. I'm going to exaggerate this, but just look at stream for a second. Do I have a weak neck? You could try this. I mean, I wouldn't try it actually if you have neck problems. It'll hurt immediately. Do I have a weak neck? Like this? Looks like it. I mean, this is going to give me a headache just trying to accentuate this right here. But why is my neck in this position? These muscles are not that big. What would actually help me the most is getting my hips underneath me, because I'm not changing my neck at all. Watch this. I'm not going to change my neck whatsoever. I'm just going to fix my hips. Wow. My neck feels so much better. All I did was change my hips. There is zero angle change of my neck. But because gravity and the fact that you have a thick skull, this is being pulled forward because it is not in line with my body, because my joints are not stacked on top of each other. If I get my hips underneath me, then now my neck has somewhere to be. It's like a bowling ball. You're not going to put a bowling ball on something that doesn't have a base. It's just going to roll off. Does that make sense? Yeah, so hips. I would just make sure that you might have a localized neck problem. But I would definitely rule out, I would make sure that this is all fine before I look at this. These are small muscles. All the things in here, these are not large muscles. It's crazy to me that people wouldn't tell you that, and you could spend, I had a client once who spent $10,000 US on a TMJ jaw realignment surgery. $10,000 US. And over the course of their life, probably spent close to $100,000 on different TMJ treatments and medications and physical therapy, et cetera, et cetera. And it had nothing to do with TMJ. You know what they did? So they fixed the alignment of her jaw surgically, and then 6 months later, it was back. Why? How'd that happen? Because the problem was never her jaw. This was a symptom. The TMJ is a symptom of something larger happening, and they didn't address the larger thing that's happening. So all they did was basically just delay it for a second, and it came right back. And it was basically a wasted amount of money in surgery. Shame. What's up, Real Rain? I don't know. I feel kind of off today. My stomach isn't working the way I wanted it to right now. So because it's an inside problem, there's nothing I can really do about it. Hence, I'm just chilling, talking about things that I'm passionate about. And aside from World of Warcraft, I am most passionate about helping people with their health. Because so much of this information should be free, but no one can, they will, and I just think that we have this weird relationship where doctors are definitely going to tell you that this exists. That's not true. Ask most nurses or most people who operate in the medical field. If Specky Poo is still here, ask her. Genuinely. Ask her how it works. The deeper questions are not normally asked. Good morning, Little. You did it about a month ago and it got better, but the pressure in the jaw is still there. Specky. Doctors want to help. Nurses want to help. Almost everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people who work in a medical setting want to help, but are simply not equipped with the tools to do so. I would let's be kind and say that over there's any sort of ill intent. It's not really malicious or ill intent. It's more just like the way that the system is structured is a little bit maybe too focused on treating symptoms instead of causes, where when you walk into my office, my job is to get you out of the office instead of solve your entire problem. Like I don't really want to solve your problem, because then you won't stay in the system. I don't know. That's that's going more toward conspiracy levels of theory, but I don't know if it's that controversial to say that most medical practices are designed to have you come back 6 months later. And the amounts of money that people, it's structured that way. It's not ill intent. It's not like doctors are bad at their job. It's just the framework for understanding what you might need is going to take me a little bit longer than 15 minutes and a chart. Like I might need more information than that, and I don't actually have the ability to do so. And it's not the same with nurses and everyone. That's why I'm able to help people, because I will have you for hours and hours, and we'll develop the foundation of these things. But Grind Squad, seriously, hips. Look at your hips. Your hips might be more responsible for, it's possible, I don't know. Your hips might be more responsible for your TMJ than your actual TMJ. Your jaw, this is probably not an issue. Almost certainly. There's nothing wrong with your mandible. It's just where you are feeling the problem. And so that's where all of the focus goes. But it's probably not the problem. Insurance companies don't help either. Well, it's a big, they get a lot of money. So again, I don't want to be too negative about this because it doesn't capture the full picture, but realistically, if Wiz goes in for his PT for his bicep tendonitis, and he's at least old enough, I don't know how old he is, but let's imagine that he's 49, which is way too young for any sort of surgical intervention. Like, almost, you want to avoid that as long as possible. But if they look at you and they're like, there's a little bit of arthritis here, a little bit of degeneration, technically you qualify for shoulder replacement. And if the doctor doesn't care about you and you are in a country where it's very valued, they'll just say, shoulder replacement, chart, done, check, go. And they make $10,000 or whatever it is. Because every time they hit check mark, done, out of my office. And they have become very desensitized to it because that's what they do for 10 years. Should you get a shoulder replacement? Do you need one? No. Probably not. Maybe, but probably not. Will they make a lot of money? Yes. Is it hard for them to do? Nope. They never see you again. Now you're someone else's problem. Your neck disc problems limit me from 100%. You don't know where to start. Don't ask me on Twitch chat. Go to an actual PT. Go hire someone to help you with this, but make sure they are looking at the whole picture. I am giving you information. I am not telling you what to do, Grind Squad. If you have had really strong neck issues and you've actually paid for a jaw reel, fucking don't ask me. Go pay someone to help you with this. I am simply giving you some access to information that you should have, and it is criminal that you have not gained this information and nobody's told you this. It might not be your problem, but it might. And if it does, go ask somebody. Imagine how frustrated, and you would have relief, you'd be happy, but imagine you went to a specialist and you presented them with this information and they were like, you know what, let me actually send you, let me refer you to a PT. You have good insurance, sure, let me send you to somebody who will look at your hips and stuff. And then your PT goes, oh my God, yeah, you have very limited mobility and next to zero stability whatsoever, and your left ankle, okay, great, let's fix that. They work with you for 2 months, and then all of a sudden your TMJ is 80% better. Imagine how you would be happy because yay, but imagine how crazy it would be if that actually happened. And the only reason you knew that is because you had a conversation with me on Twitch chat. And if you never had this conversation with me, 10 years down the road, you would still be getting TMJ surgeries. How wild would that be? It's worth exploring. If you're willing to go as far as you're going right now, what do you have to lose? If your insurance covers it, go see someone. They might be shit at their job often, but it's worth it. Try it. What's the harm? You don't lose anything. If your insurance doesn't cover it, it can be expensive. So that's up to you. Anyhow. Any other questions? I'm bored. Entertain me. Shoot, rapid fire. This is why I need to become famous, so that I can just have a bunch more people here. So when I say, shoot more questions, people will actually ask me questions and I can be entertained. It's a selfish desire. It's not for the ad rev. Trust me, ad rev is not that high. It's specifically because when I ask people for questions, I will actually get so many questions. Then I won't be bored. Can you tell I'm agitated, Spec? Can you not? Don't be rude. You will get dinner in like an hour. Don't hiss at us either. That's rude. Maybe show some exercises for core, but for people with bad neck, no, I cannot. Because I don't know how bad your neck is. Because I'm taking you seriously, Grind Squad. Because I'm taking you seriously. Oh, I look okay. Yeah, but I don't feel okay. No. I am taking, if I thought you were joking, yes, of course. But because I want to make sure that you're okay, no, I cannot show you exercises. It varies person to person. I need to actually see you, Grind Squad. I do not know. It's too varied. This is where the general becomes individual, and without having access to your individual story, no, I cannot. Can you stop annoying each other? The cats are fighting. It's because I'm down here and I'm basically not giving them attention, that's all. It's not dinner time, and you know it's not. Why are cats just like having kids? I swear. Well, this is one. What can you say about plantar fasciitis? Make sure that it's actually plantar fasciitis instead of something else. Sometimes things like sciatica and other problems can mask as plantar fasciitis, Stargazer. And when you look at the foot, you want to make sure that the pain is where it's supposed to be. So if this is my foot, if I dig into your heel and you feel something like right in here, that's different. And if I dig in like right underneath your big toe like this, and if I, for example, were to take your toes and actually literally squeeze each one of them like this and you have pain, that's probably not true plantar fasciitis. And that's important to understand because there's something else going on. But normally when somebody has foot pain and it's nerve type pain, people just go, is plantar fasciitis. So first thing is correctly diagnosing it and actually looking at some different structures of the foot. But the next thing is seeing if I innervate your hip, or as in if I just get your hip to activate, not activate, it's the wrong word. If I get blood flow through your hip, if that solves a lot of your pain in your foot, then it's not plantar, and we might be able to fix it in 10 minutes. There's a chance that if you were struggling with this, there's a chance in 5 minutes I get you 40% relief. And that assessment right there will tell me pretty much what the actual long-term solution is. Because maybe it's about strengthening your foot, maybe it's about helping your body support this way, maybe it's here, maybe it's there, I don't know. Hard to say. But when people tell me they have plantar fasciitis, there's a chance that you can get a large amount of relief very quickly. And if that doesn't work, then you proceed to step 2. Sometimes PT is trial and error. Any thought on how tanking is in season 2? I actually think the dungeon pool kind of sucks, but the requirements on the tank are better.
I don't think tanking will be as hard in Season 2. I actually think there might be less checks, although it could just be that we're overgeared for the key level we're doing on PTR.
There are some packs that are scary, but ultimately I don't think it'll be as hard for tanks going into Season 2.
Like, tanking will be all right. Everybody else will be. The dungeon pool is maybe not fun, and the season itself could be in danger, but I think tanking is okay. They've made some good changes, and they've made some bad changes. But mostly, I think tanking as a role is fine right now.
Healing and DPSing, not sure. Tanking's all right.
A lot of the tank busters feel pretty reasonable. There's a video I might try to make tonight if I have time, and I'll do that.
I can't lay flat on the floor. I can't get your hip flat. That's a sign right there, Stargazer. Look at your hip. That's immediately a red flag. And I would almost certainly say that then the nerve pain in your foot is from your hip. Way harder for the group than the tank. Yeah. I don't think that tanks will be as checked because there's not quite the battle axe situation. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of noticing.
So what I could do
is tell you the muscle that you can ask your AI friend to show you some exercises for. But the truth is that probably won't address it because I need to show you how to do it and make sure it's working properly.
When it comes to hip exercises, just because you see something being done on YouTube does not mean you are activating the right structure.
Like a pretty classic way to fix this would be a side lying hip raise. Pretty classic PT exercise. The problem is that most people, when they do a side lying hip raise, like here, like so, you lie down, you get kind of comfy, you take one leg, you bring it over the other leg, and then you come up like this. A lot of people are just going to swing their leg. And if I'm doing this, I'm not activating the hip, I'm just jarring joints. What I need to do is get this to do the job. So that is way better. But you're like, but I could do this. It's like, no, that's a completely different exercise. But if you watch a video, nobody's there to instruct you. Nobody's actually watching you do it. And nobody is saying, take your hands, put it here, make sure you feel it only right there. We're not trying to make this easy, and I don't care how many reps you do. You're like, I could do 30 reps. I don't give a shit. 5 reps, quality. Let's see if we can control it. And then I have to fine tune it. Maybe your hips are opening like this, which means you're not actually working the muscle at all because now I'm just falling back and I'm just throwing my leg around. Or if I'm here and I'm doing this, that's a completely different muscle as well. So fine tuning the approach is important, but it's hard to say how that's going to impact you because I'm not seeing you right now. Does that make sense? But that's what I would look at. So I can tell you the name of the muscle. And I can tell you where you're supposed to feel it. I can give you a small visual indicator, but I can't actually tell you what exercise to do. It's the same thing, Grind Squad, where I can give you some ideas of how to pursue it, but because this is a stream where I am talking to a name on a screen, I cannot. I can't tell you actually what to do because I'm not there, and although I work online with people, I'm still very present watching everything that's happening. And I can see whether or not you're rolling out or rotating in a way I don't want you to rotate. And so we can fine tune the approach. It's the same thing as people who say, I can do 100 push-ups. No, you can't. If you can do 100 push-ups, you're probably not doing 100 push-ups correctly, or you're not doing them with intention. Because just throwing yourself up and off the ground is not really a push-up. I would rather you say, what's the goal of the push-up, and then do it right. And when I say do it right, right for who? Is your goal to build your triceps, your chest, your shoulders? Are we trying to go for a bodybuilding show? Are we trying to go for strength? Are we learning how to be explosive? Are we going for speed? What's the goal? But in general, throwing your body around is something you do when you're in European and oil wrestling. That's fine. But if you are trying to activate muscles and build your physique, do a push-up right. Slow it down. And then I can't actually do it because the couch is here. But you have to apply context. That was obviously a poor push-up. Because I'm distracted by the little one. I am distracted by the little one. And the little one is upset because I am not giving him enough attention. Because I'm not giving him enough attention. You want to see here, buddy? Yeah, you annoy me, I'll annoy you. He likes it, but he also hates it. I'm doing all the things he doesn't like right now. 1, he's not upside down. He hates not being upside down. 2, he does not like it when you do this to his head. And then 2, the third thing he hates is kissy noises. Hates it. Absolutely hates it. I don't know why he hates that so much. He likes kisses, but not kissy noises. And the fourth thing is you kind of just tug on his ear like this. He doesn't like that either. Yep, this is all how you annoy him, basically. Yeah, pisses him off. That's why his tail is going woof, 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 woof. Now he's annoyed. He was fine before. Still, he wants attention. Can you not fight in between my legs? I will feed you dinner soon. Any other questions? He did, yeah. Because he actually wants to like wrestle properly, and he doesn't like it when I treat him normally. He's like, I thought we had a special relationship. Thank you for all the info. You're welcome. Take advantage of this. Cannot express to you. I have not been able to provide a crazy shit ton of solutions in this call. My experience in fitness is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. People spend crazy money to heal because health is the most important thing, and it sucks to feel bad. At some point, you might realize that you spent a lot of time and a lot of funds in a direction that was never the right direction. It can be frustrating to learn that. Most people who have extended health problems, problems that don't get solved in 6 months, any amount of chronic issue, experience that. Because if you find relief, the relief is not where you were originally pointed. If you don't find relief, then you're shit out of luck. And you keep trying. And eventually you might quit. But it's interesting how many times anybody with a issue that's happened over time, if you think about all the little things that currently help you today to manage that condition, almost very few times is it the first doctor you ever saw, all the tests that you initially got. Very few times is it like, oh, I gained all the information I needed there and I still just have this problem. But all of those things really help me. It's like, more often than not, the story is, for 5 years, I have done everything. I've gotten all the tests, I've done all the things, and yet I cannot figure this out. Like, that's more common. Dating advice for Thailand, just be honest. Thai culture is very direct. Just be honest. That's what I would do. You'd be surprised how well honesty works. If you're reasonably attractive and you just walk up, well, okay, not walk up to people, but if you're like on Tinder and you're just like, I would like to do the coitus, they'd be like, okay, well, don't say coitus because they won't understand that. So you just have to be direct and just be like, I would like the sex. And they'll probably just be like, okay. You just be honest with them. Don't lie. Don't be weird. Don't play people. I don't like that. But it works pretty well in Thailand. Thailand is a very honest culture. Just be honest. He's pacing. You can see that it's going to storm, so it's getting a little darker, which means that he's going to think it's nighttime, which means that he's going to want now dinner. And that being said, no more questions. I'll go and stream. Thanks for distracting me for a bit. And you're welcome for the information. I'll go upstairs and stream. All right. Yeah, sorry. Couldn't see YouTube chat on the phone. I'll answer more questions later. That was fun, I guess. Bite. Let me see if somebody's on. Chill. I was just talking about it for a while because I was bored. It's my job. I have a sprained ankle. You will ask me that question another day, Mr. Mental Discipline. I was just about to end stream for today. Happily ask me that another day. I do enjoy talking about it. Yeah, ask me another day. Bite. Okay, buddy. I'll give you dinner soon.